everybody. Happy Tuesday and welcome back to DMA Live here at the Metro Realm. Oh boy, I've got a lot of stuff that I need to catch up on because amongst the many things that I forgot to do during my extended vacation, I forgot to update my schedule. I might need to go and run and get that done really quickly. Just a quick second while I'm getting things all done and dusted, actually. Yeah, alright. So, let's get on over here. Hi, everyone! Happy Tuesday, everybody. This is it, the beginning of the end for the Apollo Justice Trilogy. We are playing through Ace Attorney, Spirit of Justice. And before I begin, I know that some of you are going to say, oh, it's Phoenix, right? Ace Attorney, Spirit of Justice. Yes, however, I'm playing it through the Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy. As such, I'm dropping the name because Phoenix is not the most important character in this game. I'm going to be blunt right now. He's still an imbecile, he is still an idiot, and he is a foreigner in a foreign land. And we're going to definitely find out why in just a little bit. But before I get started, I do have a couple of things that I would like to announce. Firstly, regardless if you are chatting with us live or not tonight, thank you very much for dropping on by. I do have a special offer for those of you that are hanging out in the chat. If you would like a free Lurkers shout out once per stream, you can type the command !lurk as I have just done in the chat, and we'll give you an audible thanks for dropping on by. For those that are also watching us live, we do also have a VODs channel for all of our streams that are replayed onto YouTube. Videos from Ace Attorney, Dual Destinies, and the Apollo Justice Ace Attorney games are being uploaded onto YouTube and will be going live over the next couple of weeks. So everything should be live by the end of Spirit of Justice, and then Spirit of Justice will be fully published by April 13th. That is the goal for everything. I know it's a little bit of a delay, as I wanted to try to get things out within a week, but with all the backlog of streams that I had to go through, there's still a lot that I need to do. So I do apologize for that. For those of us that are watching us on the VODs channel, our live shows are now Tuesdays through Saturdays and select Sundays, starting about 3 p.m. U.S. Central Time. You can check the schedule out on the Twitch site, or you can check below the stream for the next date and time that I will be online. You can come along and hang out with us on our adventure live. Speaking of our schedule, tonight we are continuing this. Part 14 of the Apollo Justice Trilogy, A Phoenix in a Foreign Land, will be played until the completion of the episode. Time to beat is scheduled at roughly about 4 to 5 hours, so there's no schedule break, but I am going to be taking at least one break at some point about 5:30, which, given the fact that it's now 3:30 roundabout on my time, that is going to be where I will be doing. So I'll be starting a timer for 2 hours. I'll be going, and then after the 2 hours are done and over with, I will take a pause, do a quick intermission, just to catch a breather, get a drink, and take care of all of that fun stuff. I do also have an additional shout out for this stream, and it is brought to us by none other than the Metro Realm itself. Our community Discord server, the Metro Realm, is now open once more to the public. Access to the server is available for those that are interested in joining via our website, themetrorealm.net/discord, or you can also type in the command !Discord in the chat, and you can get the link right there as well. And again, I do also want to say thank you very much for all of your love and support. I have unfortunately decided that for Spirit of Justice, I'm going to be retiring my goal incentives. They are still there if you manage to reach them, but I am planning on doing a different goal, which I'm still getting all of the details worked out on. I will announce that new goal tomorrow. But our goals are being updated. The incentives are still available for those if we manage to reach 50 followers. I will play through Turnabout Reclaimed live on stream. That is a bonus episode of Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. At 75 followers, I will be playing through Turnabout Time Traveler, which is a bonus episode of this game, Spirit of Justice. And then lastly, if we manage to reach 100 followers through the finale of Spirit of Justice, which is set to take place on March 30th, I will be playing through Asinine Attorney on stream for Easter Sunday. Now, it is not available in the Apollo Justice Trilogy, but I have found videos on YouTube that I'll be playing those live and making my own reactions to those as well. Also, our next game that I'm going to be clearing will be starting on April 6th, and I will not be announcing it until April 5th. So, the week that I get back, the Tuesday and Thursday of April, might just be some Minecraft survival and whatnot, just to wind things down and have a bit of a breather from all of this Ace Attorney shenanigans. Now, I know that's a lot to read out, but I do want to acknowledge one last thing, and that is that I'm not recording this tonight. All of this is just going to be the Twitch VOD, yet again. And what I found is that my laptop has a bit of an issue where it tries to save the recording after I pause and start and pause and start, and that eats up the frame rate something fierce. So I have decided, for my own mental sanity, I'm not going to be recording the Spirit of Justice. That's not going to be happening anymore. Dual Destinies will still happen at another time, and I might just go back and play through all 6 games in the due course, just for the sake of me having that on file for everything. But I need to bring this down, actually, because this is getting... the music is really overpowering, and I love the soundtrack from this game. In fact, let us go specifically, because there's another specific track that I wanted to play when we talk about this specifically. Trying to get into this, but there's a couple of things that I need to take care of first. I need to find the track. There it is. Okay. So, we are starting Spirit of Justice. In the original game, it was rated T for teen. As such, there's going to be some mature language in this game, and I am going to be fully aware right now that there's going to be some dangerous stuff that's happening. As with the last game, there obviously was a little bit more blood in it towards the end. Same case here. There's going to be some blood, there's going to be some nasty stuff, and we're actually going to be seeing some kind of tragic stuff happen in this game. Of course, I am going to put kind of a little heads up that this is not a blind playthrough. I have experienced Spirit of Justice before, but this is the first time that I'm actually playing this on stream. So, with that said, I have a special little video for you all that I want to play. This is the prologue of Spirit of Justice, and some of the stuff in this episode is slightly retconned in episode 1, but I wanted to point out, first and foremost, that this prologue was the teaser for the game, basically. It is available on YouTube with the rating and everything. I have actually decided to go through the museum of the Apollo Justice Trilogy and play that for you right now. The reason why I haven't switched over to that scene just yet is because there's a lot of spoiler stuff for episodes 1 and 2, and I'm going to try my best to avoid those if at all possible. So, with that said, in fact, I need to do a quick little thing as well here. And let us get on over here. So I will be present for this because I want to explain a few things as well. With that said, this is the prologue of Spirit of Justice. hold up. It would help if I turn the music on, and also I need to turn on the subtitles. So 1 sec. All right.
The Kingdom of Khura'in, a country of spirit mediums and faith.
You just do that. There we go.
The Kingdom of Khura'in, a country of spirit mediums and faith on the western edge of the Far East. Its people's lives are nourished through the wisdom of Khura'inism and protected by its founder, the Holy Mother. At least, that's how it used to be.
This is the main antagonist of this game.
Prosecutor Sadmadhi, we've captured and detained one of the rebel escapees, sir.
Silence, officer. You're disrupting the peace of this temple.
Sorry, please forgive me, sir.
Pitiful servant of a lost cause, renounce your revolution and submit yourself to the judgment of this court. In her infinite mercy, our Holy Mother may yet see fit to save your soul.
As if I'd give in. What's the point of a court that only doles out guilty verdicts?
A dragon's eye. One of the remnant lawyers, then?
Sir, the other escapee was wearing a dragon's eye, too.
So, the Dragon's Eye is the attorney's badge in the Kingdom of Khura'in. But as you heard, this kingdom has a bit of a nasty habit of having only guilty verdicts handed down, and it has a reputation of being the court of resignation. Needless to say, we're in it for the long haul, and there's going to be a lot of fun stuff that I want to talk about in this specific part. So, apologies, I'm going to be pausing and playing this as much as I can.
O Holy Mother, as your humble servant, you would have me act to save this wretch's soul. I suppose this too is part of my fate.
And meanwhile, back in the States...
Objection! These pork buns were frozen at the time of the crime, so it's possible they were solid enough to bludgeon someone to death with. Silence!
That is Athena Sykes. And on the prosecutor's bench, we have Simon Blackwell.
Proof of its past icy state, do you, right, Dono?
Well, there's bound to be some evidence somewhere, you'll see.
It looks to me like we'll need to extend this trial by another day.
Do what you will.
Oh. Hey, Blackwell, you better make some funeral preparations.
Perhaps I will, for the defense.
That was great.
And there's our titular character, Apollo Justice.
Prosecutor Blackwell's a tough guy to beat.
Well, what are we waiting for? There's evidence to be found, so let's do this. I'm so hungry. Oh, come on, Widget.
Okay, let's take a breather back at the office, guys.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Would you look at that? Hey, come to think of it, aren't we coming up on the end of, Miss Faye's ascetic training?
Yeah, we sure are.
So this basically explains where Maya has been throughout the entirety of the Apollo Justice Trilogy. She has been training in the Kingdom of Khura'in all this time.
That does it for this round! You were really into it.
Yeah, I guess I was. Didn't stop the water from being freezing, though. I thought it was gonna turn into a popsicle. But I'm not done yet. I've still got another 5 rounds to
And
go.
I appreciate the fact that they cut this just so that way there wasn't any accidental stuff shown that was not supposed to be meant, or not meant to be shown.
Then let's get going. I mean, I'll never become the head of Khura'in village if I don't finish my training.
The head of your own village? Then you will be just like her benevolence, you know?
Oh, really? Her benevolence, huh? You mean your princess, right? So, what's she like?
She's really nice, Miss Maya. I bet you'd like her.
Speaking of which,
No, you're wrong!
Her benevolence has performed the divination seance.
But I know I didn't do it!
How dare you? Are you saying that my insights contain an untruth? You insolent criminal.
There is no room for argument. I now pronounce the accused guilty.
Please, Your Majesty! I request an attorney!
And exactly what good would a lawyer do, when all we need to know is revealed through my divination seances?
Is there nothing?
As you must surely know, the Defense Culpability Act has rendered lawyering a virtually dead profession within our borders.
I will explain the Defense Culpability Act as well in due time, as it will come up in this first episode as well.
Apollo Justice is doing fine!
Athena Sykes is doing fine!
All right, let's try that again.
Okay!
Apollo Justice is doing
And classic right, he has the same ringtone from the first game.
Can you believe that I've already finished 5 rounds of meditation today? I'm about to take on my 6th.
Oh? But I thought you were about done with all of your training.
Yeah, and I was hoping you would come visit once I was,
Huh?
Miss Maya!
Oh, you poor, pitiful, unenlightened soul.
What do you want?
Come along quietly,
This is a fairly long
and you may
cutscene.
yet know the Holy Mother's forgiveness.
Like hell I will.
thank you for saving me.
I pray that you watch yourself, fair traveler. May Her Holiness grant you her divine favor.
Are you all right, Miss Maya?
Hey, Albie, who was that person just now? Huh? Oh. Ah! And all I wanted was for Nick to come visit.
Uh-oh.
Maya, hey! Answer me! Hey, Apollo. I'm gonna step out for a bit.
Huh? Okay, but where to?
To the Kingdom of Khura'in.
What?
And with that, Phoenix hops on a plane and takes
It
off for the
won't be
Kingdom of
long
Khura'in.
now. A phoenix approaches this land, and with him, the flames of purification and change.
And you bet there will be a lot of change, because there is a lot to talk about in this. In fact, I need to go and turn background music on. There we go. So, in true to my word, this is the final chapter of games, or chapter of cases in the Apollo Justice Trilogy. This literally is Spirit of Justice. And I'm going to try to... There we go. Of course, the music that I played is the same one. This is the Phoenix Wright Objection from the original game back when it launched in 2016. Now, like with Dual Destinies, there are costumes for this game. I will not be playing through them all because we've already achieved the accolade, but I do want to start off by saying that there are specific outfits that you can use, specifically the tiger, which is a reference to a character in the original trilogy games, excuse me. We also have Apollo's school days uniform, which we saw very briefly in the last game, Dual Destinies. And then Athena also has a Trebian outfit, akin to the Trebian restaurant in the original trilogy as well. Of course, I'm going to be keeping everyone to their default, which means, sadly, Phoenix's little troop is going to be sticking out throughout most of this case. Also, Phoenix is going to be responsible for 3 cases, Apollo is going to be responsible for 2, and Athena is going to get a case all to herself, as well as help Apollo out in 2 of the other cases as well. That means that poor Apollo is getting the short end of the stick on this trilogy, but nevertheless, it started with Apollo, and it's going to end with Apollo, but we'll find all of that out in due time. For right now, with everything else that I've wanted to cover out of the way, let us get right into Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Spirit of Justice. And that will be the last time that I say Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney.
On the western edge of the Far East, lies a peaceful country of spirit mediums and mystery, the Kingdom of Khura'in. But now, the flames of revolution are threatening to consume it whole. But things like revolt and revolution were the furthest things from my mind when I first arrived in this land.
Episode 1, The Foreign Turnabout. Here in Khura'in, death is not the end. Even after death, the soul lives on in the Twilight Realm. And priestesses can commune with the spirits of the dead. Fear not death, in the name of the Holy Mother. Fear only the impurities of your soul. This blood of my soul, I'll have the child take the blame. April 23rd, 4:26 p.m. Kingdom of Khura'in. So, before I begin, this is a fairly straightforward look into a Khura'inese case. And of course, we're doing things in the classic Wright style of trial by fire once more. We're not going to have much help internally for this trial, as apparently lawyers are very connotative in this otherwise peaceful kingdom. But what we will have is an innocent being put on trial for a crime that they didn't commit. And if that doesn't ring in the fields of the Phoenix Forte, I don't know what will. With a little help in-game, I'm going to be saying a lot of notes between certain points, just to make sure that I'm getting some stuff across to you all. I'll come in from time to time to chime in with some pointers and notes that I feel important to mention in this game. Additionally, this is the shortest case on the docket, as there's only one part throughout the entire case. That said, we begin the foreign turnabout with not one, but 2 cutscenes. Phew. We're finally here. So, this is the Kingdom of Khura'in, huh? A long trip. I wonder how many hours I was in the air. Just look at this place. Get a load of the street. It really feels like I'm in another world here. And that gorgeous temple. I read that's the center of town. Wow, it knocks right in the middle of the street. I have to get a picture of that. Excuse me, sir? I wonder what kind of bird that is. I've never seen anything like it. It's quite a crest it has on its head. Excuse me, sir! What? Oh, yes? Pardon me, but are you Mr. Wright? Yes, that's right. Oops. I hope he hasn't been trying to get my attention all this time. Wait a minute. Are you? That's right. I'll be your guide, at your service. I'm a monk in training at Temple, and I'll be your guide around town. It's very nice to meet you. Haparaki. Happy what now? Haparaki. That's how we greet people here in Khura'in. It's like hello, or how you do. It's a pretty handy expression to know. Okay, let me give it a try. Hello, I'm Phoenix Wright. Haparaki. My name is Phoenix Wright, and I run a small law office. Well, that's what I do back home, anyway. Right now, I'm just a traveler, a stranger in a strange land. Welcome to our country. Welcome to the Kingdom of Khura'in, land of spirit mediums and mystery. This is for you, to celebrate your arrival. Speaking of mystery, what's this mysterious green lump exactly? Allow me to explain. This is a famous Khura'in sweet bun. It's called a magataman, or soul bun. It's shaped like a magatama. It's so yummy it'll send your soul right to the Twilight Realm. That doesn't exactly make me eager to try it. Thanks. I think I'll indulge later. That will be 20 damas. Thank you for your patronage. I have to pay? I always have plenty of those on hand, so just let me know if you ever need any more. No wonder his bag looks so heavy. It's stuffed with all the tools of his trade. Oops! I almost forgot to tell you something really important. It's about Miss Maya. She can't come to see you for a few days yet. Yeah, when I called her from the airport, she said she was still training up in the mountains. I told her I'd wait for her here. Either way, I was glad to hear she's in good spirits. Maya Fey. She is a spirit medium who used to work as my assistant. I came all the way out here to celebrate the end of her ascetic training with her. Albie, this is my first time in this country, so I'll be counting on you, okay? You got it, sir! Please don't hesitate if you don't need anything at all. Maya was right when she told me I could leave everything in your capable hands. Haha, shucks. She said that? That was sure nice of her. I had a chance to show Miss Maya around a little bit, too. If there's one person Maya was worried about, it's me. Because we both know trouble likes to follow you wherever you go, she said. That girl worries too much. Well, you sure came early to the party, Mr. Wright, sir. I mean, Miss Maya won't be done with her training for another 2 weeks. I hate to admit it, but I came early because I was worried about her, too. Oh, well, you know. I thought I'd get in a little sightseeing first. Ooh, sightseeing! Well, I'm your man for that. I'll show you all the best sights in the country has to offer. Thanks. That would be great. I guess Albie takes his job very seriously. Yikes! What are we waiting for? Those sights aren't going to see themselves. Yikes! You don't have to shove. First stop, Temple, right here in the center of town. There's something I really want to show you. And with that, Albie forcefully pushes us over to Temple Plaza. I said that way too fast. I apologize. Wow. It's even more impressive up close. Also, I have not forgotten that there's a metric crap ton of puns in all of this. We have I'll Be Your Guide, which is a pun. We also have... Oh, I missed a pun that I made. Thus begins this foreign case when along comes a phoenix in a foreign land to set things right. Yeah, there's my first pun of this entire thing. Second pun was I'll Be Your Guide. And then the third pun is Temple, which is in the center of town. This game's already off to one heck of a start. We're already 3 puns in. Trust me, this is far from the last of the puns you're going to be hearing, at least in this episode alone. Allow me to explain. This is the heart of our town, Temple. It was created by the founder of Khura'inism, the Holy Mother herself. I'm training right here at this temple to be a monk someday. I read that the people of this country are all adherents of Khura'inism. According to my guidebook, it's a religion in which ancestral spirits are venerated. The Holy Mother was a great spirit medium who could commune with our ancestor souls. And spirit mediums become queen to this day, direct descendants of the Holy Mother. So spirit medium rules the entire country, huh? Talk about power and influence. The main thing you'll want to see when you come to Temple is the Dance of Devotion rite. The Dance of Devotion takes place twice, once in the morning and once in the afternoon. This dance, along with the Song of Ceremony, is performed in offering to the Holy Mother. The Dance of Devotion has a power to summon forth souls from the Twilight Realm. And in Khura'inism, we believe the soul is carried by the secret Khura'inese butterfly. It brings form of loop that wraps around the soul treasure. Oh, hold it! Slow down. I can't remember all of that at once, which is why I'm thankful I have a goddamn transcript. What all be said, the Dance of Devotion has a power to summon forth souls from the Twilight Realm. In Khura'inism, we believe the soul is carried by the sacred Khura'inese butterfly. Its wings form a loop that wraps around the soul to transport it to the Twilight Realm. Oops! I'm sorry. I guess I got a little overexcited. Anyway, the main thing I got from all that is that you really, really love your country. Well, that's sure true. I like this kid. He pours his heart into everything he does. Let's see. I guess I just explained about half of what I usually explain. So I'll give you a special discount and only charge you $10 for the tour fee. Thank you for your patronage. I guess he pours his heart into aggressive salesmanship, too. Come to think of it, Miss Maya told me she could tell I love my country, too. We stood here for about an hour while I told her all about the Holy Mother. Really? An hour? I hope that counted as patience training. She seemed really interested, too. She listened to my whole speech. Huh. That doesn't sound like the Maya I know. Miss Maya is so kind and nice. She treats me really well, like a little brother. She's kind of like a big sister to me. This is Maya Fake you're talking about, right? Maybe she's grown up since I last saw her. Oh no! What's the matter? Is it that time already? We have to hurry to the temple right away! But first, let me give you this lyrics card for the Song of Ceremony I told you about. There's an English translation of the lyrics there, too, so give it a read, okay? Let's go! But why a big rush? If we don't hurry, we'll miss the beginning of her benevolence's Dance of Devotion! Her benevolence? Yes. And you know, we're also not going to miss me having to tuck out for another goddamn cutscene. Inside, we are witnessing the spectacle of her benevolence performing the Dance of Devotion. things are quickly going south as the police storm in during the Dance of Devotion.
I'll be your guide. You're under arrest for treason.
I'll be your guide is arrested for treason right in front of Phoenix Wright. And of course, we practically spent the entire night worried about him, so we go now to the following day, April 24th, 10 o'clock a.m., High Court of Khura'in, accused lobby. So next day we go to the courthouse for Albie's trial. But as you'll soon see... Let me in! Why won't you let me in? Because you're a foreigner. What business could you have with this court? I told you! My friend is on trial in there! The police raided the temple in the middle of a dance performance yesterday. Oh wait, I need to pop back up here. The police raided the temple in the middle of a dance performance yesterday and arrested Albie on suspicion of treason. I was worried about Albie, so I just had to come and see his trial. A trial isn't a tourist attraction, so clear off. If you want a picture for your scrapbook, take one of me and get out of here. Look, you've got it all wrong. Just great. Well, I guess there's only one thing to do. So obviously, we're denied entry by the bailiff. In order to try and convince him to let you in, we're given two options. The correct option is to tell him that I'm a lawyer, but there's also a bit of a funny dialogue if we choose to tell him I'm Khura'inese. Actually, I used to be a Khura'inese. What? I used to live here when I was little. Oh, really? What town are you from? Oh, well, it was a tiny village called, Phoenixia. There's no such place. Did you really expect to get away with a barefaced lie like that? Busted. Well, I guess that means there's only one thing left to say. Yes, I'm a foreigner, but I'm not your average foreigner. What? I'm actually a lawyer. I'm back at home, anyway. What? A lawyer? I can't... That's not possible. What's he so shocked about? Well, whatever. Now's my chance. Nothing wrong with a lawyer entering the courtroom, right? But wait! Get back here, you! So this is a Khura'inese courtroom. Wait, isn't that her benevolence? What's she doing here in court? The divination seance has been performed. I will now hand down my verdict against the accused. Guilty! What? A verdict already? But the trial only just started! Guilty? There's gotta be some kind of mistake! Please take another look! Seances performed by Princess Rafa are infallible. They show only the truth. What right do you have to question her abilities? But I didn't... Isn't it ironic that you, a devout adherent of Khura'inism, would dare doubt her insight? Non-believers will only be met with suffering in the Twilight Realm, you know. But I didn't do it! Your benevolence, allow me to explain, I beg of you! Be silent, you impudent whelp. There is no merit to be had in indulging the ramblings born of a criminal's unclean soul. But what in the world is going on here? The judge just made his ruling based on something called a divination seance. What is Alby's attorney doing? Wait a minute. Where is Alby's attorney? Why is this happening? I didn't do anything wrong. Foolish child. Doubting the divination seance is tantamount to doubting the Holy Mother herself. Your Majesty, as Royal Priestess and in the name of the Holy Mother, I command you, impose the highest penalty against this unclean soul. As you command, so shall it be done, your benevolence. May her holiness grant us her divine favor. Udihara Khura'in.
Objection!
What? Wait just one moment. You're... Ugh, me and my big mouth. Now what? Mr. Wright, what are you doing here, sir? Well, I'm in it now, so I have to do this right. Your Honor, it's too soon to give your verdict. This trial has only been underway for a few minutes. Excuse me? Who on earth are you? Well... an ordinary tourist, Your Honor. Just passing through. Ah, a tourist, are you? Haparaki. But more importantly, where is this boy's defense attorney? Defense attorney? Whatever are you talking about? He doesn't need a defense attorney. Wait, what? Of course, you wouldn't be aware, being a foreigner and all. But we have no need for defense attorneys here in the Kingdom of Khura'in. We live it up, all up to her benevolence's sacred power of spirit communion. Her divination seances determine all. What? But surely you see how unfair that is. What kind of insane court system are they running here? You would dare mock me, you barb-headed buffoon? If you value your life, you will leave post-haste. Or shall I summon the bailiff? The bailiff is that big scary dude with a big scary gun, isn't he? I'm sure he would be happy to oblige you with a bullet or two as a souvenir of your travels. At the cost of an arm and a leg, no doubt. Now, hold on! Mr. Wright has nothing to do with any of this! Alby! I appreciate what you're trying to do, Mr. Wright, but never mind about me. You just go ahead and see Miss Maya. But... forget about me! You have to go, now! I'm sure you can find another guide. There were lots of places I wanted to show you. But it looks like I won't get a chance now. I'm sorry. Poor kid. He's trying to put on a brave face, but look how terrified he is. What can I do? What should I do? Like I said, if this doesn't scream Phoenix Wright Forte to you all, I don't know what will. I just can't let a verdict be handed down with nobody standing in Alby's corner. If Alby doesn't have a defense attorney, then I'll do it. I'll defend him. Defend him? You can't be serious! Did you hear that? He's out of his mind. Heaven forbid. Defend me? Mr. Wright, what are you saying? You can't do that. I most certainly can. Don't worry. I'm quite used to tackling all sorts of trials. Besides, can you imagine how furious I would be if I let anything happen to you? Mr. Wright... You are but a naive tourist, ignorant of our ways. But if you are smart, you will heed my advice. Do not pursue this matter any further. Looks like defending somebody is easier than said than done in this country. Bailiff, throw this man out. Hold it! Your Majesty, if you please. You have something to say, Mr. Payne. Why not allow it, Your Majesty? Why not have him defend the accused? It could prove very interesting. Right, Mr. Phoenix, right? Right, Mr. Whoever you are. The prosecutor, are you acquainted with this traveler? That's Chief Prosecutor, Your Majesty. And yes, I am acquainted with him. He's a defense attorney from my native land. I've had dealings with him in the courtroom before. Heavens to Betsy! What? Mr. Wright, you're a defense attorney? A defense attorney? Well, this is a shock. You may be surprised to hear that I have more than 10 years of experience. I guess there aren't all that many lawyers around here. Your Majesty, would you kindly allow us to proceed in the manner of my old country? But, Mr. Payne, I've already made a ruling in this case. Call it nostalgia, if you will, but I am most eager to give it a try. But I have a previous engagement, you see. A class together with the missus. Your Majesty, I agree we should have a whack at it. It sounds amusing. A score of years have passed since we last saw a defense attorney in this courtroom. A score? As in 20 years? Just what's the deal with this country? Mr. Payne, I want that barbed head brought to me on a stick. As you wish, Your Benevolence. I, Chief Prosecutor Payne, will see to it myself. Very well, Mr. Payne. If that is what you and Her Benevolence want, I will acquiesce. As for the defense, I hope you're prepared for every eventuality. Every eventuality? What's he talking about? There. Are you satisfied now, Mr. Wright? Yes. Thank you, Mr. Payne. And sorry for not remembering you earlier. The prosecutor is none other than Gaspin Payne. Despite having been expelled from the prosecution service back home, this royal Payne has somehow resurfaced here in Khura'in as the country's chief prosecutor, where he is most incredibly known as the Incredible Payne, as we soon figure out. That's Chief Prosecutor, or the Incredible Payne, as I'm also known in this country. And you'll soon see enough just why that is, when you're forced to capitulate to me before this very court of law. Why is he so strangely confident? And not only that, but what's with the gallery? Just you watch. The defense attorney will try and twist the truth. You can bet on it. Get him, Chief Prosecutor! Crush that defense devil! This is way more lawyer hate than even back home. Now, if you would please give your opening argument once again, Mr. Payne. Certainly, Your Majesty. The accused is charged with 2 crimes, larceny and murder. Yesterday, the Founder's Orb was stolen from the treasure room of Temple. In addition to the theft, 2 other things were discovered in the treasure room. The dead body of Mr. Pat Roll, Temple security guard, and the empty treasure box that housed the orb which Mr. Roll was in charge of guarding. We believe that Mr. Roll was murdered by the thief who stole the treasure. To kill a guard armed with a gun. What a terrifyingly bold act. I couldn't agree more, Your Majesty. Please allow me to submit as evidence the victim's autopsy report and crime photo. As Mr. Payne has dutifully said, Roll's autopsy report and the crime photo are both added to the court record. It's been a long time since we had evidence presented in court as well. It's kind of refreshing, actually. We may only rely on the power of seances, but our police still carry out investigations. Thus, any proof I provide is indisputable. Oh, really? Well, forgive me if I don't take your word for it. I can check the evidence out myself by looking at them in the court record. We'll see just how thorough you and your police were, Mr. Payne. As Phoenix has dutifully noticed, like with the previous 2 games, we have access to the court record. This includes our attorney's badge, the Song of Ceremony, Roll's autopsy report, and the crime photo. Starting off, I want to take a look at everything that we can. Song of Ceremony's lyrics are as follows. When dragon and tiger battle, the founder offers divine protection. When the butterfly embraces the Matama, the favor of the orb is bestowed. For Roll's autopsy report, the time of death was placed on April 23rd between 12 and 1 p.m. The cause of death was from cerebral contusion from a head injury. And this is a photo of the crime scene itself. I'm going to tuck out here very briefly just so you can get a full look at it. Nothing really going on in the bottom corner there, but I thought I'd just show you nonetheless. With that said, let us continue. Such a deplorable crime. The audacity of stealing the sacred treasure of Her Holiness, our founding mother, is a crime that strikes the very heart of our nation. Exactly, Your Majesty. We mustn't let the culprit get away with these heinous deeds. Indeed, such deeds are best described as treason against the crown. Is this treasure really such a valuable object? How can you even ask such a thing? Of course it is. Why, sealed within this treasure is the very soul and Matama of the Holy Mother. Her soul is sealed within the treasure? I think I'll take that with a grain of salt. Grr, you don't believe it, do you? Of course I believe it. Something tells me I better play along. This kind of irreverence is exactly why I dislike defense attorneys so much. Your Honor, Your Majesty? What is it now? This treasure. I've never seen it, so it's a little hard for me to imagine. Could I see a photo of it or something? Of all the outlandish requests, you defense attorneys are truly beyond the pale. He's been getting awfully angry with me. Are those veins popping out of his forehead? It's forbidden for anyone outside of the royal family to view the treasure itself. They say that anyone without the proper spiritual power would be blinded instantly. And that is why the average person has never seen the treasure, Mr. Wright. I guess there are national treasures that are off limits to the public back home, too. For the benefit of the shamelessly uninformed defense, let me share this newspaper article. It includes photos taken about 8 years ago when the treasure was unearthed. These are the only public photos of the outer box in existence. What's more, the treasure box only leaves the temple's treasure room but once a year, for a special New Year's rite that takes place at the palace. And therefore, the treasure box has only ever been seen by a handful of people. With that, a note of the treasure box has been added into the court record. I hear there's been a string of thefts lately of historic artifacts from the temple. Right, Your Majesty. Inexcusable thievery of precious national treasures for personal gain. And the culprit is the accused. So he used his position as monk in training to get his hands on the treasure, is that it? The accused's family is by no means wealthy. To help lift the family finances, he works as a tour guide in addition to his aesthetic training. Thank you for giving an excellent outline of the case, Mr. Payne. Now then, no more questions from the defense, I presume? What? No, I do have more questions. Even more? But you just asked a bunch. Well, make it snappy. My class starts in just a few short minutes. What? You still planning on going to that thing? There's still a lot I don't know about the case. Should I? I should ask now while I have the chance. Let's see. What else do I need to know more about? We already know about the crime scene and the motive. But we haven't heard a whole lot about the weapon in this case. Mr. Payne, what was a murder weapon? The murder weapon was the treasure box itself. The empty treasure box left at the scene had a large blood stain on it. How utterly reprehensible, using the sacred treasure box for murder. The accused came to the treasure room with the express purpose of stealing the treasure. He climbed the altar stairs and snatched the box, ready to abscond with the treasure. But he was discovered by Mr. Roll, who had come to the room in the course of his rounds. After walloping Mr. Roll in the head with the treasure box, the accused forced the bloody housing open and made off with the treasure inside. And the treasure box is immediately updated into the court record. But the defendant is just a little boy. I hardly think he would be able to hit a victim, a grown man, on the head. Ah, very good point, Mr. Wright. But I'm afraid that won't help you. At the time of the crime, the accused was on the stairs leading up to the altar. The accused's elevated position would more than make up for the difference in stature. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Ha 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 ha! Mr. Payne, your reasoning is flawless. What an elegant argument. Hats off to you, Chief Prosecutor. Your title is obviously well earned. Well, the accused's guilt is certainly conclusive. Unless there is anything else, I am ready to announce my verdict. Very well. In that case, I find the accused... Just one moment, Your Majesty. Don't you think you're rushing the verdict just a little bit? I told you. I have plans to attend to, and... Ah! I'm late. It's already started. How did the time fly by so fast? He's still stuck on that? We haven't even heard the defendant's side of the story yet. Your Majesty, the defense asserts its right to cross-examine the defendant. Huh? Did I say something funny? Cross-examine the... What do you mean by that? What? What do you mean, what do I mean? I seem to have some dim recollection of the process, but I can't quite recall. Little wonder. A so-called defendant has been questioned in over 20 years. Should I even be surprised anymore? Anyway, I demand we let the defendant, or the accused, tell his side of the story. Is that really necessary? Of course it's necessary, Your Majesty. What harm could it do? I say we allow the boy to speak, Your Majesty. Though I doubt he'll have anything of relevance to say. Oh, how kind of you, Your Royal Pain in my ace. Ding! Very well. As long as it's okay with you, Mr. Payne, I'm already hopelessly late for my class anyway. In that case, the prosecution calls the accused back to the witness stand. Oh, before we do, I better call my wife and apologize for missing that class. Any objections? Go for it, Your Majesty. Accused, state your name and occupation again, if you would. I'll be your guide. I'm in training to be a monk, and I'm a tour guide, too. Why me? Now, where were we? Cross-examining the defendant, Your Majesty. Right. Let's do that, then. At the defense attorney's insistence, I might add. He sounds a little dispirited. His wife must have given him a piece of her mind. Well, the defense had better get to it, and make it quick, if you please. The defense? Mr. Wright, I didn't know you were a lawyer. Well, I am, and I'm here to defend you, Albie. Don't worry. All you have to do is tell the truth, and you'll be all right. You tricked me! What? If I knew you were a lawyer, I wouldn't have given you that tour. Get back to that atomic command I gave you yesterday. Albie, what's gotten into you? Don't talk to me! You disgust me! No, even Albie's against me. But why? This must be a new experience for you, Mr. Wright. being loathed by a client. And now then, accused, please give the court your testimony. The incident occurred around noon, during the break between the morning and afternoon dances of devotion. I want you to tell the court what you were doing around that time. All right. So for the first time, we see a Khura'in as witness testimony. This acts similarly to the states as far as a whole cross-examination. Phoenix will most likely be involved in this, and I will explain the whole process with you in a little bit. I didn't kill Mr. Vol, and I didn't steal the treasure. I'm not allowed to go anywhere near the treasure room. I've never even seen that treasure box with a green Khura'inese butterfly on it. When the incident happened, I was in the hallway planning out my tour route. Were you well acquainted with the victim? Yes. He used to chat with me whenever we ran into each other in the temple. Mr. Vol was a monk in training when he was a kid too, you know. I bet Albie looked up to him. But he had to give that up and go work with his family needed money. That's why he became a guard. But at least that way, he could still stay on the temple. He was so proud when he was put in charge of guarding the treasure box. He even got to carry the box to the palace for the New Year's ride. The victim's parents apparently both died relatively young, so Mr. Vol had to support his younger brothers and sisters as well. But even with his job as a security guard, I'm sure things couldn't have been easy for him. It sounded like his circumstances and Albie's were very similar. Mr. Vol encouraged me to never give up. Albie, you train hard and make sure you become a monk one day. Don't end up like me, he used to say. He was always cheering me on, in my training and in my tour guide business too. Why in the world would I kill a nice man like that? Yes, I see. You expressed yourself well. Defense, now that you've heard the accused's account, are you finally satisfied? If so, let's draw this to an expeditious conclusion. But, Your Majesty, I haven't even cross-examined the defendant yet. Huh? That was the end of it? It's been so long I don't rightly recall what this cross-examining thing is all about. A judge who doesn't even know what a cross-examination is? What fresh hell is this? I really do wish I could remember how it works. Maybe. Should I give the judge a refresher on cross-examination? Chiming in here with a little note. For the sake of honest context, I will be proceeding with the tutorial for this part of the trilogy. We already know how this works, but it would only be fair for Nick to remind this honorable pain in the ace of a judge why you shouldn't rush a proper legal trial, and it also provides a welcome dialogue for Phoenix to explain things in a proper tone to the court. I guess I better, or we'll never get anywhere. Your Majesty, please allow me to explain the procedure. First, we lawyers listen carefully to witnesses' testimony. Then, we to open the court record and examine the evidence. And why would you do that? To find any evidence that's inconsistent with the statements that are given. Present? I certainly don't need any gifts from you. Clearly, something is getting lost in the translation with His Majesty. The point is, it's possible that a statement could contain a lie or mistake. But what do you do if you can't find any inconsistencies in a witness's testimony? In that case, we may press the witness for more information. Pressing a statement might reveal new information or even entirely new statements. Presenting evidence is one thing, but pressing witnesses? I'll have you know, defense, that I do not allow violence in my courtroom. Rest assured, only gentle verbal pressure is used. No physical force involved. Well, I'm not convinced. After all, who knows what sort of tactics an attorney will resort to? One false move and I'll call the bailiff. Yeah, something is definitely getting lost into there. For now, I should just focus all my energy on questioning Albie, and comparing his statements with the information that's in the court record. With that, we move on to the first cross-examination. So, for the first cross-examination, many people split into multiple paths. You can either press every statement to get as much information as you can, or, if you're like me, who knows exactly what to do, you can just skip all the hullabaloo and go right to presenting a piece of evidence that contradicts the testimony. In this case, we do have a piece of evidence that does immediately contradict the testimony. Specifically, I didn't kill Mr. Roll and I didn't steal a treasure. I'm not allowed to go anywhere near the treasure room. I've never even seen that treasure box with a green Khura'inese butterfly on it. Butterfly is absent from this image. And there is a butterfly on the treasure box, but this is a black and white photo. So, needless to say, what we have here is something that we need to go and say.
Objection!
Oh, Albie, why would you lie to me? So, you say you've never laid eyes on the treasure box, is that right? That's right. It's forbidden, so I'd never do that. In that case, how did you know there was a green butterfly on it? Huh? Because I saw a picture of it in the newspaper article. Nope. Take another look. These photos are in black and white. You couldn't possibly tell what color the butterfly is from these pictures alone. Hold on. His bag. Did it just move? Pokunka! I beg your pardon? Pokunka is a word in Khura'inese that people use when they're surprised. You just exposed a lie. So this is the power of cross-examination, is it? I should be the one shocked here by your shocking lack of understanding. But just one moment. If the accused was lying, then that makes him just more suspicious than ever. And this just makes things worse for me than ever. Albie, are you hiding something? Please give only true statements. I can't help you if you don't tell the truth. Darn. I just can't seem to get him to open up to me. So, accused, you have seen the treasure box with your own eyes after all, have you? Well, maybe I did take a peek one time, a long time ago, when I was cleaning the treasure room. But you weren't in the treasure room at the time of the incident, right? Of course I wasn't.
Objection!
That is a lie. You were most definitely inside the treasure room on the day of the incident, and I have proof. He does? This was found on the floor of the treasure room. It's a scroll entitled Notice and contains a list of temple monk duties. These instructions pertain to the day of the incident. And what exactly is that supposed to prove? The accused's fingerprints were on the scroll. What? Oh no! Where is it? It's not here. I must have dropped it somewhere. Indeed. You must have dropped it when you were busy murdering the victim. The notice has been added to the court record. Oh no, 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 no. That means Albie was there on the day of the incident? So this is the power of cross-examination. The more the accused talks, the guiltier he paints himself. Yes, it would seem so, Your Majesty. Arg! You predicted my argument and had evidence ready to refute it. How is any of that supposed to help the accused? See, I told you can't trust lawyers and their lies. How benevolence only said the kid's guilty. Just declare him guilty and get it over with. No, everything's going all wrong. Shadow, what do I do? As I suspected, this cross-examination session has served no purpose whatsoever. No, you're wrong. But armed as we are with her benevolence's insight, there is no reason to doubt his guilt. I guess I'll just have to poke holes in this insight of hers. By the way, this didn't prove to be very interesting at all, Mr. Payne. Nevertheless, I will now finally announce my verdict. Wait just one moment, Your Majesty. I haven't seen this divination seance for myself yet. As a defense, I have the right to check it. Is that really necessary? I have to get home and apologize to my wife. I guess she really did give him this business. Your Majesty, I enthusiastically support having Mr. Wright see the seance. You do? And why is that, Mr. Payne? Don't you want to see it? See the lawyer being utterly crushed by the power of the seance? And then watch him tearfully beg for mercy? Well, now, I'm sure to make up for not getting to go to that class with your wife. It certainly does sound worth seeing, and it'd give me a juicy tidbit to tell the missus. Ha 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 ha! So I've been reduced to a juicy tidbit? Well, for an interloper, I imagine you do have to see it for yourself to be convinced. It's certainly unprecedented, but let's have the divination seance performed again. But then after the tearful begging, I really do have to be going. The only tearful begging is going to come from the prosecution when we're through. Look how pitiful the defense looks, still scrambling desperately for a foothold. Blissfully unaware that defeat and despair are all that await him. There she is. Her benevolence. Your benevolence, Reverent Khura'in. Thank you for coming all this way once again. Your gratitude is unnecessary. This is simply my duty. Barb-headed attorney. Yes? I am told you question the veracity of the sacred divination seance. It would seem the depths of your irreverence and blasphemy are lost on you. I'm just a foreigner, ignorant in the ways and customs of this country. I apologize in advance for anything rude I might say or do, Your Benevolence. All I want is a fair trial for all of you. You would imply that the trials of this country are unfair? Do explain, outsider. How verdicts founded on truths imparted by the very souls of the dead lack impartiality. What's fair about trials with no defense and no chance for the accused to tell their story? How dare you speak to her benevolence in that manner? Did you hear that? You hear how we talk to her benevolence? What does he know about anything? Ignorant outsider. He won't stand for it. He must be punished. Yikes. Looks like I really stuck my foot in it this time. Punish him! Punish him! Punish him! Punish him! Silence, one and all! Is she standing up for me? Be not disquieted, my people. He merely expresses his opinion. Well, looks like her benevolence is going to be more reasonable than I thought. Attorneys are ghastly creatures with souls stained black by brazen untruths. The words of a lowly worm such as that are not worth troubling yourselves over. Alright, I take that back. None of his prattling can sway the truths of my insights. Rest assured, he will soon see the error of his foolish ways. Now then, your benevolence, the divination seance, if you would. Certainly. Nina, my robe.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
And for the first time of a couple of times, we will see the Dance of Devotion. So this is a final moments of Pat Roll. Unique to a Khura'in's trial and another invaluable tool, the Pool of Souls and the Dance of Devotion allow the final moments of the victim to be replayed for all to see in the courtroom. What just happened? An image appeared in the pool. A final message from the victim's soul, the last communication of his Matama. The divination seance has revealed this to us. Her benevolence can use her power of spirit communion to project the victim's memories of the last few moments before their demise. So what we saw in the pool was what Mr. Roll actually experienced. In the victim's memories, we see the accused raising a weapon up over his head. This is consistent with the findings of the police investigation. There has to be some kind of mistake! I didn't do it! This looks bad for Albie. Really, really bad. Now you see why I'm the incredible pain? More than I can express. But even if those are the victim's last memories, what can I do with them? There it is. There's the face of a man being utterly crushed. Oh, how long I've waited to see it. Isn't it wonderfully gratifying, Your Majesty? Oh yes, very satisfying indeed. Now are you finally convinced, Traveler? The accused is most assuredly guilty. Am I really the only unbiased one here? Now then, I think we've all been amused enough. If you give up now, I won't even invoke the Defense Culpability Act against you. You'll be free to slink back to your own country with your tail between your legs. The Defense Culpability Act? What's that? What? You mean you honestly don't know? No? Ooh, what's with all the hubbub? Well, not only is he a lying, black-hearted lawyer, but he's also an imbecile. Your Majesty, I think you better explain the Defense Culpability Act to him. Yes, I think I'd better. The Defense Culpability Act, or DC Act for short, is as follows. In the name of Her Eminence, those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. In other words, if you help the accused by defending him and he is found guilty, you will receive the same sentence as he. What? What kind of insane law is that? Under the DC Act, many an attorney has been convicted and met with a grim fate. Some went to prison, others received the death penalty. That's why there are so few in our country today who admit to being an attorney. That's as it should be. The history of our courts proves that attorneys are black-souled creatures who will tell any lie to save the accused. Thus, defense attorneys deserve to be exterminated. I've never felt so much hostility coming at me from so many sides. What could have happened to make everyone feel this way? You fell right into my trap, Phoenix Wright. Your win streak against me and my brother ends today. With the seance and the DC Act on my side, I'll finally get my revenge. So that's why he was so eager to have me defend Albie. Chased out and humiliated back home, fate brought me to the foothills of Khura'in. I thank my lucky stars that I'm chief prosecutor here now. Defense, know that if I rule the accused guilty, you will go to prison too. That explains Albie's reaction earlier. Defend me? Mr. Wright, what are you saying? You can't do that. Your Majesty, isn't a prison sentence a bit lenient? After all, we're talking about treason. One should pay for such a crime with one's life. Yes. I believe the death penalty might be appropriate under these circumstances. The death penalty? No way. You're kidding, right, Your Majesty? Do I look like I'm kidding? I'll have you put your life and your dark-tainted soul on the line here. The death? This can't be happening. The courts of resignation. Our courts are well known as thus. In this land where my seances provide the truth and no attorneys can intervene, criminals know that all they can do is resign themselves to their fate. Oh, foreign lawyer, I ask you once more. Are you still sure you wish to defend the accused? There's Maya to think of in all of this, too. I can't just lay down to my life. What in the world should I do? There's only one way out of this. No matter what, we need to see this through to the end. Isn't this why I became a lawyer in the first place? To help those with no one on their side. I can't just abandon everything I believe in. All I can do now is stand firm and fight. Well, don't hold your tears back on my account, Phoenix Wright. Admit your defeat and grovel before me, the chief prosecutor for your life.
Objection!
Even if it means being subject to the Defense Culpability Act. I will defend Albie. What? But Mr. Wright! Ah! The defendant insists he's innocent, and not even a divination seance should be accepted without examination. Pokuka! But if I'm found guilty, you'll get the death penalty too. Even knowing that, you still want to defend me? I know what happened. I don't know what happened in the past. It looks like everyone in this country considers lawyers to be liars. So, I can understand if you don't believe me, but I still believe in you and your innocence. So all I have to do is keep believing and find the truth. That's all there is to it. Barb-headed attorney, you continue to amuse me. Though your barb jobs are proving to be more than mere jokes. Your benevolence. Believe me when I say that this attorney will knock your insides out. Insolent, disrespectful attorney. You'll have plenty of time to regret your folly in the Twilight Realm. Not a wise move, traveler. Not wise at all. You should have taken the chance I offered to save your life. But you made your choice. The Defense Culpability Act will be applied in this case. Before I continue, I do have to make a note of order. There are 2 bad endings in this episode. The first bad ending happens if we resign at any point. If we deplete those 5 Magatamas at any point before the insight, basically, Albie is killed, and we basically are deported from the Kingdom of Khura'in for our insolence, and we never see Maya again. At this point, however, the fate of Phoenix Wright, if we screw up, turns to be a lot worse. For having too many penalties, the Defense Culpability Act is now invoked, which means Albie, our guide, and the defender, Phoenix Wright, will both be found guilty and executed for the crime. We have just officially bumped past the point of no return on this case. And I assure you that this is where things take a bit of a turn for the better. Now then, let's turn about this case, shall we? And with this verdict, you'll both soon be parting with your heads. The souls of the departed speak only the truth, and I but give their messages a voice. If you think my insights contain falsehood, I challenge you to prove it. So the initial insight that resulted in Albie's guilty verdict is as follows. The accused swung whatever he was holding down on the victim's head. With the pain, the victim's vision went dark. This is when he lost his life. Still, I can't believe it. A murder after the morning dance of devotion? These are the victim's experiences just before his death. As the victim's final memories, we can assume they aren't lies. So how do we break this down? Well, thank you for bringing that nice subtle segue. I'm going to interject here and make a note of order. Insights aren't exactly contradictory. They can contradict the evidence, but what's shown on screen doesn't contradict the statements that are being made. Therefore, we need to figure out how to best interpret them. Like Rifa said, there is no proper voice, and there's no audio during this moment from the victim's final memories. So, what we're seeing is just that, what we physically see. But, insights also allow us to see, through visualization, the sensations that are appeared during the scene as well. Not just a vision, but touch, smell, taste, and hearing. Rafa, take it away from there. Allow me to relieve you of your ignorance, Defense. Did you notice the words that appeared in the seance vision? Well, come to think of it, I did see the words, like the Song of Ceremony and Incense. The victim's final memories are not limited to sight alone. Sight, smell, taste, sound, touch, all is laid bare in the pool of souls. So what Mr. Roll experienced with his 5 senses appears in the vision as words, right? Precisely. And by examining these sensations, we can perceive the victim's final moments with unparalleled clarity. Works for me. I can use all the extra information I get. Now to find a contradiction between her insights and the seance vision. Your Benevolence, I ask that you please show me the seance vision again. Very well. So we see incense, Song of Ceremony, boy's voice. Things get dark, and then pain. Wait a minute. Her Benevolence said after the morning dance devotion earlier, didn't she? Isn't there something off about that? First, we'll use this to make my way to the insight that seems off. Yes, this is the insight that sounded funny. Now we'll just carefully compare this insight with the seance vision. If I notice a sensation that seems contradictory, we'll select it. This is it. This is the part of the vision that contradicts the insight. Now we just select the sensation that I think is inconsistent and then present it. So, specifically, at any point when the Song of Ceremony appears, on the third statement, we can present that. And it doesn't matter where specifically in this insight because we have no going forward or backward. But, if this took place after the morning dance of devotion, how exactly is a Song of Ceremony being heard?
Objection!
Wait just a moment. Yes, what is it, Barbed Head? You're saying the incident occurred after the morning dance of devotion, right? That's right. What of it? Then, isn't it strange that Mr. Roll could still hear the Song of Ceremony? Oh my, you're absolutely right. Is that all that troubles you? Huh? What the victim heard was just a practice run of the Song of Ceremony. Practice run? What are you talking about? Mr. Payne, if you would. Certainly. Allow me to explain. The incident occurred in the interval between the morning and afternoon dances. During that time, the singers were practicing in the performance hall. Precisely. I was there as well, so I can corroborate this statement. I see. So what the victim hears was a practice session. Ugh, there goes my contradiction. Okay, so they were practicing in this performance hall. That must be the one where Albie and I saw her benevolence dancing. However, Mr. Payne, I admit one detail troubles me. Ask away, Your Majesty. It's a big temple. The performance hall and treasure room are quite far from each other. Could the song really be heard all the way in the treasure room? He's right. It is a very big temple. Well, how about it, Mr. Payne? Your Majesty, have you forgotten? There are speakers in every room of Temple, including the treasure room. Oh, that's right. Speakers? For what purpose? Are you serious, Mr. Wright? They're to broadcast the sacred music of the performance hall throughout the temple. That's why the victim could hear the Song of Ceremony in the seance vision. It was the practice run going on in the performance hall heard over the speakers. Thank you for your explanation, Your Benevolence. That makes perfect sense, even to a feeble-minded old man like me. Think nothing of it. Now, if you wouldn't mind, could you please alter your insights for us? Very well. With that, Rafa updates the third statement with regards to this new information. The Song of Ceremony the victim heard was a practice run through the temple's speakers. I think I'm getting the hang of this. If I point out an inconsistency, she'll update her insights accordingly. So if I keep pointing things out, maybe I can knock all of her insights out after all. I better find another inconsistency, no matter how small. It's a bit hard to focus on the insights with the seance vision going. Let's try pausing this to temporarily hold it. There! I paused the vision. I think we can also use these buttons to jump back and forth between the different parts of the vision. Let's try moving the Matama mark to the flashing red panel there. Okay. Now that I know how to get around in the seance visions, it's time to find inconsistencies between the insights and the vision. Specifically, in this flashing red panel, there is a moment of which pain will appear. In the original Spirit of Justice, this shows up on the 5th panel. But of course, if we were to go to the 5th panel, it happens literally right here. Now, the contradictory statement is, with the pain, the victim's vision went dark. This is when he lost his life. However, if we back up just a little bit, the vision goes dark before the pain shows up. That is a contradictory statement.
Objection!
So you're saying the victim's field of vision went dark right after he was struck, correct? Of course, as anyone with eyes can see. Well, pardon me, but I must disagree. What? Your Benevolence, please take another look at the exact moment when the victim felt pain. Oh! Everything goes black, and then, only after that, the victim feels pain. Inconceivable! This places the order of events at odds with what you say happened. My word! Pokunka! Your Benevolence, what is the meaning of this? I cannot be wrong. My insights are beyond fallacy. If what the defense says is true, this is a very grave matter indeed. Please forgive me, Your Benevolence, but I'm afraid this contradiction is something we simply can't ignore.
Objection!
Now, let's not be too hasty, Your Majesty. I think I can clear things up. You have something to add, Mr. Payne?
1,000 apologies. It seems the prosecution has failed to make one tiny thing clear.
And that would be?
On the day of the incident, there was a power outage, a blackout in one part of the temple. And as I recall, the crime scene was in that sector. The power outage must be why the victim's field of vision went dark. I apologize for neglecting to tell the court this detail. I'm afraid it slipped my mind.
Or rather, you knew all along and are only letting it slip now that it's convenient, Payne.
And the power outage knocked out both the lights and the speakers. Oh, there was a blackout there, was there? Well now, that explains everything, does it not?
What do you mean, Your Benevolence? Please share your thoughts with us, if you would.
The blackout occurred when the accused and the victim were faced with one another. Fearing the victim would flee under the cover of darkness, the accused swiftly brought his weapon down on the victim's head. The accused...
I see. That makes perfect sense, Your Benevolence.
So the victim was struck after the lights went out. The depth of your insight is awe-inspiring, Your Benevolence. Give her a hand, everyone.
Well done! May you live long and prosper! Hey, I want to live long and prosper, too.
Enough applause. You flatter me.
Now, Your Benevolence, in light of this new information...
Yes, of course. I will alter my insight.
And like said before, the second statement is now updated. One can safely assume the accused struck the victim the moment after the blackout began. But now, this unfortunately... So much for my inconsistency. At least I was able to draw in some new info. And with new info comes a chance to find new inconsistencies. Now to compare the insights with the vision again and see what else I can dig up. Hi there. We are... I'm doing alright for the most part. Hang on a sec. I'm gonna pause here really quickly. I want to take a quick check on my time here. I've been live for about 2 hours now, and I'm just double checking through my notes here because, again, I don't have a proper start-stop point because this is kind of a long 3-4 hour trial, but I'm kind of going through making sure I've got everything. So back from Space Glue, we're playing through Spirit of Justice, which... If you missed the last couple hours, yeah, you're definitely missing out on a whole lot of fun stuff, it would seem. So, first and foremost, we're in the foreign land, in the Kingdom of Khura'in, which apparently does not like lawyers in the slightest. And of course, Phoenix Wright, being the title character of this specific game, is a defense attorney. So, naturally, he's got a lot of antagonistic. Have I seen the mail? I have not seen it, but I will look again after the stream. I don't have my email up when I'm live, so I do apologize. I don't allow myself to check that while I'm streaming. So, my apologies on that front. But, regarding the gameplay... just a brief recap of everything. We're dealing with a crime against a victim named Patrol. The victim, or the accused rather, is Albier Guide, and the murder took place at Temple. So 5 days ago, I suppose. Well, 5 days ago... 4, 5, yeah. So, 5 days ago would put it right at the finale of Dual Destinies, and I literally did not do any streaming or any work the Friday, Saturday, or Sunday between those two, because I was offline And I was literally streaming until midnight. So I do apologize. I will certainly take a look at it, though. And I will try to get back to you after the stream. Again, I do apologize that I'm not doing business on cast. I want to focus more on the gameplay, but I do appreciate you reaching out as well. And I will certainly take a look at it. Any event, going forward, back into the whole aspect. Puns everywhere. All sorts of fun things. We get to see the insight. We're in the part of the insight which is unique to the Khura'in's trials and are another invaluable tool that helps uncover the mysteries of what happens in the case by literally replaying the last moments that a victim was alive in the pool of souls. We have, obviously, the vision from the actual image, but we also have the words that show up on the screen to indicate the other four senses as well. Touch, smell, taste, and hearing during the scene. Obviously, we're going to be using our navigation keys to go between the three panels and find the contradictory statement that updates the insight to line it more closely with the truth. With that said, I want to briefly go back here, because I want to go through this all piece by piece. So playing through this, we see Albie through the eyes of Pat Roll. We smell incense, we hear the Song of Ceremony, and we hear a boy's voice. Just then the power goes out, boy's voice gets louder, and then a large amount of pain. Now, we have heard two updated statements now. One can safely assume the accused struck the victim the moment after the blackout began. In the Song of Ceremony, the victim heard was a practice run through the temple's speakers. Except, our previous updated statement now contradicts, because after the blackout, we do see that the statement is now contradicting.
Objection!
Anyways, how's the streaming going so far? Doing all right. I'm 2 games down, basically. And I've got Spirit of Justice right now, which I've slated for the next 2 weeks. Tomorrow, I'm going to be doing something that I'm really looking forward to. Not going to spoil anything, but it's something that I've been looking forward to for about 10 years. So, needless to say, there's going to be a lot of fun stuff that I want to show you for that. And then, there's not anything going on this Friday, but Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, we're going through the first half of Spirit of Justice. Second half is going to be covered on Tuesday, Friday, Saturday of next week. Palm Sunday the 24th, I do have a 3-hour stream with the board of directors. I am going to be recording that as well. But I'm going to have most of everything hidden off aside from my camera. So I will have kind of no alerts live for that as well. And I do have a command specifically for that. And then I think as far as streaming goes, I'm pretty much set for this month. And I'm starting to get plans together for April and May as well, which is going to be my next game or two. I'm debating between 2 or 3 games. One game is definitely going to take the full month, which is going to be about 8 to 12 sessions, depending upon how much time I actually want to dedicate to this. But it is also going to be a little bit more straightforward for me to just dedicate 6 hours per stream. Other game, I can probably whittle it out in about a month and a half. So there might be like some one-offs that I do, some demos and whatnot that I play on stream to fill the time. Or I just knock down my game cleaning to like once or twice per week, just to keep things more fun and more Minecraft-oriented for April and May. April, May. Hey, speaking of that, that's a character from Ace Attorney. Anyway, back to this game. Now, six game in, officially. Yes, I finally found it. This is the gaping hole I've been looking for. Your benevolence. As impressive as your spirit communion power is, it's not infallible. You never know when to stop talking, do you? I hope you realize that your words are an insult to all adherents of Khura'ism.
Defense, watch what you say. If you don't mind that tongue of yours, you won't have one left to mind. It's certainly not my intention to insult spirit mediums. But maybe I'm not the one who needs to learn when to stop talking. What malarkey? I believe you said a few moments ago that the victim could hear the Song of Ceremony thanks to the temple's speakers. But then, how do you explain how the victim could still hear the Song of Ceremony even after the power went out? Oh, this contradiction of facts can only mean that the Song of Ceremony Mr. Roll heard was not coming from the speakers. What? Impossible! What are you saying? That the song he heard was coming directly from the performance hall? That's exactly what I'm saying. It's the only possible explanation. But the scene of the crime was nowhere near the performance hall. Right. The song couldn't make it all the way to the treasure room. Not unless... You mean... Yes, the treasure room was not the actual scene of the crime. It must have been somewhere else, somewhere closer to the performance hall. What? You can't be serious. There's a glaring contradiction in the claims of her benevolence in the prosecution. Therefore, the defense insists that this case be thoroughly re-examined. What? No. This is completely unprecedented. An inconsistency in her benevolence's insights. Unbelievable. Heed not his forked tongue, Your Majesty. These are but the claims of a corrupt lawyer. A feeble ruse from a feeble mind. But the contradiction revealed by the defense is undeniable. We can't just turn a blind eye to it. But the defense assertion is in the end meaningless. Even if the location of the murder turned out to be different, it doesn't change what we've seen of the moment of the murder. Indeed, the accused is standing right there in front of the victim. Furthermore, the murder weapon remains raised above his head. My insights still stand. I hate to admit it, but she's right. The seance vision still makes the situation look really grim for Albie. I doubt even the defense can dream up an explanation as to why the accused had his hands up over his head. Well, this defense dares to dream. We can get out of this nightmare alive. You what? You still insist on trying to tear down my insights, do you? You'd better be prepared to back up your claim. Remember what will happen to that tongue of yours if you find you are just wagging it. Of course I can back up my claim. Just as soon as I think of something. You appear to be fully prepared, defense. As the embodiment of this court, I give you permission to try and prove your claim. As long as you're willing to stake your life on it. I concur, Your Majesty. Prepare the tongue shears. Chop, chop. Chop, chop? Yes, let's have the bailiff fetch them. I think I saw a suitable pair in the basement. Chop, chop. Stop! I hear that lying lawyers have several tongues to spare. I'm sure he won't mind missing one. Yikes. These people are actually serious. They're attached to my tongue. Think, Phoenix, think. If they're trying to raise a weapon, why would Albie have his hands held up like that? Aha! So that's why. The reason the defendant had his hands up over his head can be explained by something in this crime photo. What explains why Albie had his hands raised above his head? Naturally, anyone in the right mind would have their hands raised above their head if they were held at gunpoint. As in the seance vision, I witnessed the defendant raise both of their hands over his head yesterday. You did? Where did you see such a thing? When the police had their guns trained on him as they made their arrest. Oh, are you saying... The victim was a security guard and an armed one at that. The defense proposes that the victim had pointed his firearm at Albie. And that's why the defendant's hands were raised in the air. Pukuka! Ooh. Someone help get her benevolence up, please. Who would have thought that the seance vision would be interpreted that way? This is not possible. It can't be. Not bad for a total knockout. How dare that loyal devil go against her benevolence? He's no better than that traitorous snake, Dirk! Traitorous snake? Dirk? Who's that? No, I can't believe it. A contradiction in one of my insights? There has to be some kind of mistake. I won't accept it. That's right, your benevolence, and I won't accept it either. It just goes against all we hold sacred. Throw him. What? Throw him in the jail for less magistry. Yeah, you said it. Throw him in jail. Yes, make him pay the way he disrespected her benevolence. These people are definitely not my fans right now. That's right. Exterminate him. Peace! Give me peace! I said peace! Now everyone, please calm down. Is he... Your Majesty, please assign this black-hearted attorney with a suitable punishment. No. I can't charge him with less Majesty. What? What? But why not, your Majesty? He was simply following the proper procedure for defending the accused. There's nothing unlawful about that. But your Majesty, don't you want to wrap up this trial quickly? Why not just give your verdict, and then you can go home and make it up to your wife? We can't end the trial now, not when we just learned new information about the case. What? Your Majesty, not you too. You would honestly entertain the idea that my insight contains a contradiction? Truly, it is shocking. In the 20-plus years since the Defense Culpability Act went into effect, such a thing has never occurred. To be honest, I didn't want to believe it either. But with his life on the line, the defense has pointed out an inconsistency, and it is our duty to scrutinize it to the satisfaction of the law. You dare go against the royal priestess, you non-believer? No, my faith is as strong as ever. But I have a duty to make a fair ruling in this trial. If you insist on interfering with that process, your benevolence, I'm afraid I must request your removal from this courtroom, royal priestess or not. What? I'll have you know... Your benevolence! Please acquiesce in this, your benevolence. Looks could kill. I won't forget this offense, barbed head. I do not admit defeat. I won't. Bailiff, please see her benevolence out. Your Matama will face due retribution in the Twilight Realm. The demons there they'll pluck the barbs right off your stupid head. I hope your suffering will be super double painful. And I hope they throw you in a lake of burning fire. Yeah, and then... I guess she's still just a teenager after all. Now then, defense, Mr. Light, was it? That's right, your Majesty. Phoenix Wright. Of course, Mr. Wright. My apologies. Well, now that we have this newly uncovered fact, I suggest we proceed with arguments. Thank you, your Majesty. Yes, but do not misunderstand me. This doesn't mean I trust you completely. I'll be keeping a close eye on you, so don't even think about lying to this court. I understand, your Majesty. Whew. Maybe now we can finally run a real trial. Arguments, your Majesty. Very well, I accept your challenge. Huh? What's with him? Oh, the look on your face, Mr. Wright. It's just, it's just too hilarious.
What's so funny, Mr. Payne?
The defense still doesn't get it. The truth he unearthed is going to bury him in his case instead.
What do you mean by that, prosecutor?
I told you, it's Chief Prosecutor.
Yes, because that's the point to focus on right now.
The defense is digging its own grave. Consider this, Your Majesty. Why would the victim, a security guard, point a gun at the accused?
Oh!
Oh, indeed. Because the accused was about to commit a theft. It's the only logical explanation.
What?
That does sound pretty logical, actually. It doesn't help the accused situation at all. If anything, it makes him look even more guilty.
Yes, I have to agree.
Allow me to spell out this truth the defense doesn't bother to think through. Mr. Roll came across the accused just as he was trying to steal the treasure. The guard pointed his gun at the accused, and just when the power went out, the accused murdered the victim and hid his body in the treasure room. A hand truck for moving heavy treasure around is stored in the treasure room. The accused could have easily moved the body with that.
After all that hard work to knock down those insights, back into the old familiar corner once more. Mr. Wright, do you have a rebuttal?
I'm drawing a complete blank here. I hope you're ready to climb that scaffold.
I asked you a question, defense.
I've got nothing. I can't think of any grounds for an objection.
The only thing to do at this point is ask the defendant himself what happened. I don't know if Albie will cooperate with me or not. Albie? Will you really tell us what happened? Will you tell us what really happened?
You don't have to say anything, accused. Fall for his evil trap, and you'll only dirty your own soul.
Albie, you have to tell me the truth. I can't help you unless you do.
Mr. Wright, I'm sorry.
Why? Why won't you trust me? Is this it? Is this the end for both of us? I'm sorry.
I've never met a real lawyer before. Everybody always told me they're bad people who help dirty criminals go free. I never thought a lawyer would actually try to help me, would actually believe in me, would risk his own life for me. I never would have even imagined it.
Albie!
So, that's why I lied, to try and save myself. But I'm not gonna lie anymore. If you believe in me enough to put your life on the line, then I'm going to believe in you too.
What?
Allow me to explain!
Now we're talking. Time to finally get to the bottom of things.
To be honest, I went into the treasure room lots of times and took a look at the treasure box.
Even though the temple told you weren't allowed to go anywhere near it?
Yes, I'm sorry. Mr. Roll even saw me once and scolded me. But the box is so beautiful. The way it glows in the dark, I couldn't help myself.
Wait, it glows in the dark?
That's right. It's covered in a special mineral called fluorinite that makes it glow. It's absolutely breathtaking. It's a shame they don't put it on display for the public. Can't you imagine how many people would go on night tours if they did?
If only he applied such passion to telling me the truth earlier. With that, the court record updates the treasure box. On the day of the incident, I was on my way to the treasure room again, when I ran into Mr. Rollo on the Great Stairs.
So those were not the treasure room stairs in the seance vision?
No, they were great stairs that connect to the great hallway. Makes sense. The vision wasn't clear enough to show us what was at the top of the stairs. The temple diagram has now been added to the court record. All of a sudden, Mr. Roll drew his gun and threatened me with it. I quickly put my hands up. Mr. Roll, he acted so scary. For some reason, he had his scarf over his mouth. I couldn't read his expression at all. Just then, the power went out. So I took that chance to hightail it out of there. I ran for my life. Even now, when I try to think back on it, all I can remember are the gun and the piercing look in Mr. Roll's eyes. And that must have been when I dropped the notice scroll. Which means someone else brought it with him to the treasure room, along with Mr. Roll's body. Did Mr. Roll say anything to you when you ran into him on the stairs? What is it, Albie? I have no idea why, but he asked me a strange question. Did you steal it? He said. What? I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't say all this before. I didn't think anybody would believe me. A grand speech. One that confirmed my suspicions that you were the thief.
Objection!
But that might have just been the victim's misunderstanding. It's possible the victim simply misread the situation.
Objection!
Where there's smoke, there's fire, as they say. The victim must have had good reason to be suspicious of the accused. Why does every new piece of information seem to seem so incriminating? Shadow, what do I do, Shadow? And what better reason to suspect the boy than seeing the treasure box in his hands? In the course of his rounds, the victim must have noticed that the treasure had been stolen. And then, just after that, he ran into the accused. I'll be your guide. No, that's not what happened. Therefore, the one who stole the treasure and killed the victim can be none other than the accused. Ah! What the? What now? Hey, Shadow! Down, boy! Well, what do we have here? I'm sorry about this. This is my dog, Shadow. You nearly gave me a heart attack. So that's what was making his bag move. Can't you quiet that yappy mutt down? Shadow says that Mr. Roll made a mistake. You can understand him? Don't tell me this is a prize witness for the defense. I beg your pardon? You're not thinking of cross-examining an animal, are you? Of course not, Your Majesty. Not this time, anyway. Phew. I'm glad to hear that. I thought I'd have to reassess my assessment of your sanity there for a second there. I think I better reassess my strategy, and fast. I have to somehow show that somebody else could have struck the victim, or were sunk. While it's true that the defendant was standing in front of the victim when he died, it doesn't mean that somebody else couldn't have struck the victim at that time. If you're going to go that far, then I hope this means you have another angle of approach ready. Exactly! I mean, who but the accused standing front and center could have done it?
Unless you can back up your claim, it's nothing more than conjecture. Okay, come on, Phoenix. I know I can think of something convincing. Where else could the victim have been struck from? Well, if he wasn't struck from in front, the only logical place could have been being struck from behind. With the defendant standing in front of the victim, isn't it possible that the victim could have been struck from behind? From behind, you say? I see. Yes, I suppose that's not outside the realm of possibility. Good. Now at least I have some breathing room. But who do you suppose it could have been? Oh, the true culprit, naturally. The one who actually committed the theft and murder. The true culprit? And I suppose you have a true timeline of events to go along with that? I should have known I'd have to explain everything. Alright, if we assume the true culprit struck the victim from behind, then that means... After going to the treasure room and stealing the treasure, the true culprit tried to escape. Then Mr. Roll appeared, making his rounds. I imagine the culprit then quickly hid in the storeroom at the other end of the hallway. You're grasping at straws, Mr. Wright. Admit it. You have nothing but baseless conjecture. I'm going to look for something to base it on right now. Albie, when you ran into Mr. Roll in the hallway, was there anyone around the storeroom area? I don't know. There might have been somebody there, but I couldn't see. It was only halfway down the stairs, so I couldn't see the ends of that hallway. I see. Swing and a miss. Oh! A shadow says that somebody was there! I see. Thank you for that. Too bad his testimony is inadmissible. You think this is a joke? Maybe the defendant didn't happen to see this other person. That doesn't mean the true culprit couldn't happen in there in the hallway.
Objection!
Your desperate floundering is getting hard to watch. But I will enjoy watching you sink. What are you talking about? Unfortunately for you, only the accused and the victim were there in that hallway at the time of the incident. How can you continue to make that assertion? Because there was a witness. A very reliable eyewitness. What? Your Majesty, the prosecution would like to call its witness to the stand. Calling an eyewitness to the stand, huh? It's been decades since that's happened. And unlike the defense's witness, you can rest assured that there are no pets involved. That was a low blow. Very well, I'll allow it. And now, for something we've not heard in quite some time. Time for a brief break. Sorry. I kind of had to cheat just a little bit and put up intermission at this point. And that's mainly because I want to make sure that we had this saved at this point because we're well over our 2-hour mark at this point. So, with that said, we're now officially halfway through the stream. This will be the only intermission for the night. I promise to you. We'll get the witness up, we'll do our cross-examination, and then hopefully we'll get through this case in due time. Until then, I will be right back, but stay tuned and listen to some smooth jazz and enjoy the gifts of Phoenix and other people as I'm trying to find a proper one of Apollo, but I don't have a good one of him just yet. I need to do some stuff with that first, but until then, I will be right back.
I'm back. Regardless if you can chat with us tonight or not, thank you very much for dropping on by. I do have a special offer for those of you that are hiding in the chat. If you would like a free Lurkers shout-out once per stream, all you have to do is type in the command !lurk in the chat, and we'll give you an audible thanks for dropping on by. Additionally, for those that are watching us live, we have a VODs channel that is starting up videos this week. All of our streams and whatnot, as a backlog of all the stuff from the Apollo Justice Trilogy, is being slowly uploaded onto YouTube over the next few weeks. As such, if you're watching us over there, I do want to thank you very much for visiting us on DMA Live Replayed. Our live shows are going to be Tuesdays through Saturdays and select Sundays, starting about 3 p.m. U.S. Central Standard Time. You can check the schedule on the Twitch site or below the stream for the next date and time that I'll be online to come and hang out with me on this adventure live. Speaking of our schedule, our streams scheduled for the next few weeks are as follows. To finish off this trilogy, I'm going to the end of this month right now for the schedule. Tonight, we're finishing the Foreign Turnabout. That is my one goal. We've got about 3 or 4 hours blocked out to get this done and over with, and I plan on taking about 2 or 3 of that. Tomorrow, I'm going to go live for about a few hours on Wednesday to do something that I've been looking forward to for the last 10 years. Again, it's kind of a mystery Minecraft stream, but it's something that can only be done on Wednesday, and I'm looking forward to starting it with you all on that time. Also, daily, I should note, there are videos from all of the cases of the original Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney, and Dual Destinies are going to be uploaded daily through the end of this week, and they will be uploaded Monday, Wednesday, Friday after the 24th. So the 25th, 27th, 29th, and then April 1st, we're doing a special upload. April 3rd and 5th will be the first scheduled blocks of Spirit of Justice. Because on the 30th, I also have the finale of Dual Destinies as well. So, we wanted to highlight that as well. On Thursday, we're going to be continuing with part 15 of the Apollo Justice Trilogy. We'll be starting at 3, and we'll be playing through the Magical Turnabout, which is Case 2 in Spirit of Justice. Friday, I will be in the studio hanging out, but I won't be doing anything on DMA Live. Saturday, I'll be doing part 16. I have decided, unfortunately, at the last minute, we are going to be splitting the Rite of Turnabout into 2 parts, because there is a part that is fairly short. Part 17 is extremely short because it's about like an hour or 2 of stream time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to split Turnabout, or I'm going to split the Rite of Turnabout, excuse me, into 2 parts. All of the Day 1 shenanigans are going to happen on their own day, and then all of Day 2, which I believe, yes, so Investigation Day 2, Trial Day 2 will be done on the following Tuesday, the 26th, as well as Turnabout Storyteller. Which, for Turnabout Storyteller, it's just Trial Day 1, just like this. Except, there will be a break for Turnabout Storyteller. I will say that. Now, with that addressed and all said and done, I do have one additional note that I would like to comment on. And that is that we no longer have an active goal that I'm focusing on. We still have the incentives for the Apollo Justice Trilogy. I will still keep them up for the sake of completing through the trilogy. But at this point, if we even make it to 50 followers, I will be more than impressed. Our schedule after the 26th, 27th, it will be to be determined. If we manage to finish Turnabout Storyteller that night, great. If I need a little bit of extra time to carry over, I will do that on Wednesday, and then do another Mystery Minecraft stream, which you will find out about tomorrow as well. And then the finale of Spirit of Justice is actually going to be split into 2 parts, and I'm actually going to be doing that on Friday, Saturday, instead of Thursday, Saturday, because I have some personal stuff that's come up that was supposed to be done on Friday, which was going to break up the finale. But since it needs to be bumped up to Thursday, I'm just pushing the finale back to the Friday, Saturday, just for the sake of context. The plan is, for the 2-part finale, we're playing through the final episode, Turnabout Revolution, and it is in 2 parts. There's a United States part, and there is a Khura'in part. The United States part will take place on Friday, and then when we travel to Khura'in, that will be where we will stop the case, allow the travel to happen, and then we will start things up in the Saturday half of the stream. Okay, jumping around on my notes here, making sure that I've got everything all done and dusted. All of my notes have been said. Everything has been taken care of. Do I have any alerts I need to make mention of? I do not, actually. So again, no goal has been set tonight. I will have a goal starting tomorrow, and I will be talking about that goal as well when we reach that point. But for now, I'm going to go right back in to this game. I have to pick up my controller. And let's go on over to the scene. And let's pick things up where the judge says, "Very well, I'll allow it. And now for something we've not heard in quite some time. Bring the witness to the stand." And it's at this point that we see "Witness, please state your name and occupation." "Peace, love, and understanding's the name. I'm like a temple's head monk. Can you dig?" "Oh, if it is an instructor understanding. You're the eyewitness?" "Instructor. Not only is Mr. Understanding Temple's head monk, but he is also a renowned Domelin expert. Sorry to have to ask, but what's a Domelin?" "Check it. Here she is, my sweet serenader, my one and only. Groovy, right? But you heard our sultry sounds once before, brother." That's a song from the Dance of Devotion. Also, I need to be very blunt here. All of the testimonies and some of the dialogue is supposed to be sung through lyric. Oh, and I forgot to have the music going. Whoops. Do I want me to do all of that? Probably not. But you know what? I'm going to do it anyway because frick it. Frick it, we'll do it. Just because I'm feeling generous. I keep forgetting to unmute the game audio. In fact, I don't need this audio track anymore, so I can go ahead and hide that as well. "Witness, please state your name and occupation." "Peace, love, and understanding's the name. I'm like Temple's head monk. Can you dig?" Also, we're already well up on the pun counter, I should say. We're currently at 6 puns that I counted from just doing my notes. And no, I'm not going to restate all 6 of them right now, but this is the 6th one. Peace, love, and understanding is a pun on the words peace, love, and understanding, which you might hear some people comment on as well. The instructor? Not only is Mr. Understanding Temple's head monk, but he's also a renowned Domelin expert. Sorry to have to ask, but what's a Domelin? And yes, I do want to replay this
mainly because... Check it, here she is, my sweet serenader, my one and only. Groovy, right? But you heard our sultry sounds once before, brother. That's the song from the Dance of Devotion. Right on, brother. The Song of Ceremony. Playing this tune together is a precious gig for me and my girl here, you dig? The Song of Ceremony. The song that was playing at the time of the murder. Oh, Holy Mother, may the righteous sounds of my dominant serve as my offering to you. Wonderful. A great performance as always. This is my thing, you know, my bag. I make instruments speak, baby. By the by, Magistry Pops, no dominant class today? No, I'm afraid this trial has gone into overtime, thanks to the lawyer over there. The class the judge wanted to attend was a dominant lesson? Well, you know what they say, baby. Never trust the lawyer, man. But transgressors against the Holy Mother have to be brought to justice. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Understanding. As a treasure's keeper, you must have been shocked to learn that it had been stolen. Yeah, man. That was not cool. Keeping the treasure safe is one of your duties, Mr. Understanding. That's right, brother. This here's the one and only treasure box key. And I keep it on me at all times, can you dig? But a sneaky thief went and cracked open that sucker anyway. A total bummer, man. So that's the key to the treasure box, is it? You know it, baby. It's called the Magatama key, and it's a historical artifact to boot. It's been passed down from head monk to head monk at temple. Magatama key, huh? With that, the Magatama key has been added to the court record. A sole key for opening the treasure box. Understanding it keeps it on his person at all times. And now someone's jacked the treasure on my watch. It's a real buzzkill, man. I'm never gonna face Her Holiness again. Oh, Holy Mother, please find it in your infinite mercy to forgive me. Please guide this lost and humble lamb. Oh, I don't always get the far out ones. Mr. Understanding, you witnessed the accused and the victim heading to the treasure room? You know it, baby. Best believe I scoped that tiny transgressor. Would you please give the court your testimony regarding what you saw? To bring justice against the transgressor man, yes, of course, I'll do all I can. In the name of Her Holiness, I vow to sing and utter all the truth I swear to bring. Hit me. Also, all the testimonies are performed lyrically, but in the interest of not subjecting the stream to my dulcet chords of steel, I'm going to merely read them out as rhythmically as best as I can. Also, yes, there's a lot of music in this next half. Fair warning. After morning begins of devotion, go back to my chamber, I got the notion. My chamber's on the way to the hey. And if I can quite clearly hear if anyone here. Although was the only one.
Albie was the only one. Blackout. So, in translation from all of that, after morning dance of devotion, to go back to my chamber, I got the notion. Don't you know my chamber's on the way to the temple's treasure room, hey hey. Any small footsteps I can quite clearly hear to anyone to the treasure room goes near. Albie was the only one. Albie was the only one. Before the blackout, one other than Roll, only Albie to the treasure room did stroll. Tell me I was hallucinating just now. Like, can you believe Mr. Roll bit the big one after that? Harsh, man. I share your sentiments. You were the one who discovered the victim's body, weren't you, Mr. Understanding? What? You found the body as well? He really is a key witness, then. That's right, brother. After the blackout, I went to reset the breaker and give power back to the people. The circuit box is near my chamber, so I'm always the man for the job, you feel me? The breakers are in the first floor hallway in the front of the storeroom. On the way, I got a whiff of something funky. Blood, man. It really harshed my mellow. I knew something wasn't kosher, so I swung by the treasure room to see what's what. And it was like, whoa, man. There was poor Mr. Roll, dead as a doornail. The temple diagram has been updated in the court record. In the interval between the end of the Dance of Devotion and the blackout, the only ones who went to the scene of the crime were the victim and the accused. So you see, Mr. Understanding's unassailable account is what led to the accused's arrest. Hold it! Isn't it possible that the murder took place before the end of the Dance of Devotion? I'm afraid that's not possible. The victim was in the performance hall until the very end of the dance. He was? Would you like some proof? How's this? A photo taken by the tourist of the morning Dance of Devotion. My, what graceful dancing. I can almost hear the sound of Mr. Understanding's dominant now. Payne's right. There's Mr. Roll on duty. Never underestimate the incredible pain. Ugh. So in addition to Rafa's insights, he also had backup evidence lined up too, huh? With that, the Dance of Devotion photo has been added to the court record. As head monk, my monks in training are like my own kids. Like family, can you dig? I should have taught Albie better, man. Before Her Holiness, the Holy Mother, oh, Albie, confess your sins, my young brother. Head monk Understanding, I didn't kill Mr. Roll, so I don't have anything to confess to the Holy Mother. What? Bogus, little man. Your faith is weak like a wet paper bag. Are you feeling me? Spare the rod, hey baby. Spoil the child, not maybe. Her Holiness is a magnanimous, son. If you confess your guilt, she'll forgive you in the Twilight Realm. I don't suppose she could forgive him in this realm first. Defense, please begin your cross-examination. And with that, we go to the cross-examination 2. What we saw, baby. So after the morning Dance of Devotion, to go back to my chamber, I got the notion. Don't you know my chamber's on the way to the temple's treasure room, hey hey. Any small footsteps I can quite clearly hear, if anyone to the treasure room goes near. Albie was the only one. Albie was the only one. Was he the only one, though?
Hold it!
How could you tell it was Albie from the sound of some footsteps? Albie is practically family, man. The smooth groove of his shoes are easy to pick out. how do you know he went to the treasure room? Didn't you think it was possible he went to the storeroom at the other end of the hall? No way, man. I saw him with my own 2 eyes. You saw him? Treasure room, this you can't believe. My peepers peeps, the sneaky sneak I'll be. And tell us where. And tell us where it is you stood when you saw the accused, if you would. When I heard the footsteps, I looked out the window. From my window, I could see the window of the first floor hallway across the courtyard, you dig? And through that window, I saw Albie walking into the treasure room. Should I have him add the statement to his testimony? Yes! Can you please add that statement to your testimony, Mr. Understanding? You got it, brother. This adds a new statement. Through the window, I did spy little Albie with my own eye. But there's something that does elude me. The notice says that due to the growing number of thefts around the temple, we'll be tightening security throughout. Therefore, all of the hallway shutters will remain shut for today's dance of devotion. If all of the windows were to be shuttered, then how could he have seen through a shuttered window into the treasure room?
Objection!
There's something off about that, Mr. Understanding. My music is off? I'm sorry you feel that way, man. Maybe the spy ain't topping the charts where you're from. What's your poison? Orchestra? Jazz soul? No, there's nothing wrong with my ears, witness. But something's not quite right with your eyes. Mr. Understanding, you've been lying to this court. Now why would I lie? I got nothing to hide. The truth alone is all I say. Lying, you're not lying, ain't my thing. I contend otherwise. Do you recognize this object, Mr. Understanding? It's a temple notice, man. What of it? In this notice, the following instruction to the temple monks is written. All the hallway shutters will remain shut for today's dance of devotion. What you talking about, Phoenix? I'm talking about the fact that from your chamber, you couldn't have seen anyone going to the treasure room through those shutters. Gah! Looks like you didn't get the memo. Bing! Strike one. No way. I don't believe it, man. If you don't believe it, then why don't you read the notice for yourself? Let's see. Something for something. Is that your idea of reading? I'm not so hot at reading Khura'inese, man. I usually get one of the other monks to read stuff for me, you know? Doesn't that make your duties as head monk a little difficult? Hey, cut me some slack, man. I only moved to this country 6 months ago. That's quite recent, isn't it? So how did someone who's only been here 6 months become head monk of a temple? How little you understand. Religious faith can't be measured in months or years. I've only been adherent of Khura'inism for 3 months myself. The Holy Mother's teachings really spoke to me, prompting me to stay in this country. It was the fact that there are no lawyers here that spoke to you, Mr. Payne, I know just how you feel, my man. Her Holiness's teachings spoke to me too. Ladies and gentlemen, I present Brother Dumb and Brother Dumber. Well, I know why Payne suddenly became a believer in Khura'inism, but why could Understanding have had an ulterior motive for becoming a believer too? Mr. Understanding, were you really in your chamber as you claim? What?
Hey, be chill, brother. Weren't you instead somewhere else?
Objection!
Mr. Wright, what kind of nonsense are you spouting now? According to Mr. Understanding's testimony, he saw Albie with his own eyes. Therefore, is it really nonsense to suggest that he could have seen Albie from somewhere else? Well, you have a theory, Defense. I do know where Mr. Understanding was, if not in his chamber. Well, if he wasn't in his room, then... If Albie had gone down the hallway towards the treasure room, only a few places he could have seen Albie from. I do have a theory, Your Majesty. Let's say the witness really did see Albie going towards the treasure room. What then? The defense proposes that this is the only place he could have been able to see Albie go down that hall.
Take that!
There? But you just suggested earlier that that's where the true culprit might have been. True. No matter how I look at it, this is the only place Understanding could have been. Mr. Foreign Lawyer, don't tell me. Are you accusing Mr. Understanding of being the true culprit in this case? Unfortunately, yes. Despite his title as head monk, he does have some red flags, and clearly is hiding something. I don't need Apollo's power to tell that. Yes, Your Majesty. I contend there's a strong possibility that this witness is a murderer. How dare you be so disrespectful? First you criticize her benevolence's insights, and now you accuse a head monk of murder?
Objection!
This is the only place the witness could have been. If he was here. He could have struck the victim down from behind, and moved his body into the treasure room. That's nothing but groundless conjecture. And there's one more thing. Do you recall what was said in the opening argument? The opening argument. During the argument, it was suggested that Albie used his position as monk in training to get his hands on the treasure. That's right. And what of it? Well, why don't we try this twist on for size? The thief used his position as head monk of the temple to get a hold of the treasure. What? What? You're joshing me, man. The key to the treasure box has been passed down from head monk to head monk. What better position to be in if you want to steal the treasure? You can't possibly be serious. Does this mean you're claiming that Mr. Understanding's oath of faith is nothing but a lie designed to get him too close to the treasure? The witness has been truthful in his testimony to this court, so clearly he isn't above lying. Yeah. Didn't you swear to the Holy Mother that naught but the truth would you bring? In light of that, I don't think it's unfair to call your faith into question. Yeah. This is ridiculous. Are there no limits to what this lawyer will say? I mean, lie is such a strong word. Maybe it was just a mistake. Hold it. Enough with the nervous wreck routine, prosecutor. You're just embarrassing yourself, man. What? What was that misunderstanding? Lord, man, you really are the lowest of low. You've gone and said something I can't forgive. You called my belief into question, my faith in the Holy Mother. And nobody gets away with that.
Electric Goblin, everybody!
Well, what on earth? That music, it's making my ears bleed. This is the music of my soul. Death to the lawyer. I'm the Twilight Messenger, can't you tell? God, take this lying lawyer straight to hell. He's really lies running the stars. I'm gonna send the lawyer to the day of time. He's dripping with lies, running with Philistines. I'm gonna send the lawyer to the guillotines. And now for something completely different. That plinkety-plunk music just wouldn't let me express my rage.
Your rage, huh? Isn't the real source of your anger having your lie exposed?
You just don't get it if I lied. Yeah, because you drove me to it. All sniffing around and suspicious and throwing out false accusations.
Sorry, but as a lawyer, I'm afraid that's my job.
Yeah, well, lawyers are crap. Keep making noise, and I'll have to use my partner here on you.
I'm the one making noise?
Hey, so you want to know the truth, huh? Think you can handle the truth, do ya? Fine. Let's see you try. Feel the heat of my brutal death beat.
Savage, right? Sweating bullets, ain't ya?
The screams of my soul are gonna make a mosh pit out of this peanut gallery.
Did he really just win the court over with that performance?
Yo, geezer! I got something to testify. Get ready for the howling of my soul. I call this chart topper Soul Screaming Truth.
So, Soul Screaming Truth. Again, we're going to just listen to this. I'm going to try to shut up as best I can.
Yeah, baby. Let that soul metal flow.
What is that music? I've never heard anything like it. And it's so fast it's making my head spin.
This is double metal. Hey, you geezer. How are those ears ringing?
I don't know much about music, but I've got chills, and they're multiplying.
Hey, you scared lawyer man? Run away, fast as you can.
What a wonderful rhythm. The perfect accompaniment for further deliberations. And now, Mr. Understanding, what did you go to the music storeroom for?
Hey, I went to put my Tomlin away. She's my precious partner. Gotta give her a good rest after playing in the right.
But then why did you lie to before?
Because you'd send me to hell.
Huh?
We all know about lawyers and their lying, lawyerly ways. Am I right, people? If I admitted I went to the storeroom, he'd have drummed up a false charge on me. I didn't want to get sent to hell, so what do you say? He's right. That's so would have happened. Now I see why the Defense Culpability Act was passed. You feel me, Khura'in? Yeah, you said it! Is it too much to ask for a low-key trial? Now, are you pugs ready to rock or what? I can't hear you. I said, you ready to teach this lying lawyer how we do things around here? All right, then I'm gonna lay it on you one more time. The screaming truth of my soul.
At this point, clearly, things are getting a little out of hand. And you will hear that by... We're now officially in the Allegro cross-examination tone. Basically, we have to be a little bit more careful than before. At this point forward, if we press out of turn, we could have penalties struck against us. Therefore, to be very clear here, I'm going to press only the first and last statements.
Hold it!
So you say you went into the music storeroom. But how do we know you didn't go to the treasure room to steal the treasure instead?
And on what grounds would you base that accusation? Got anything to show for it?
He's right. I don't really have any proof. Yet. Well, you can't prove that you didn't go to the treasure room either. You stole the treasure and were ready to make your getaway when you saw Mr. Roll. So you panicked and ran into the music storeroom. Isn't that right? Crickets. Why do I feel like I'm being stabbed by icy stares from every direction?
The silence is your answer, lawyer man. This audience knows the score. Just what we needed. A moment of silence to bid this lawyer's baseless claim goodbye.
Why do they have to hate lawyers so much in this country?
I said it before and I'll say it again, lawyer man. After the priestess's dance, I went to the music storeroom.
So here's a full testimony thus far. The priestess's dance had come to an end in the music storeroom. My way it did wend. Death truth is what you dread, hear me shred. From my spot in the front of the storeroom, I saw Albie creep to the treasure room. And trailing from behind, hound on the scent, I saw Pat roll after Albie he went. Near my girl here, innocent and sweet, back by the storeroom, can't be beat. Then out went the power, ticket to midnight, blacker than blackest black, robbing all sight.
Hold it!
So where were you when the power outage occurred?
Like I said, I was in the music storeroom. My girl had been sounding a little off, so I had to get her back to tune.
Isn't it true that you were actually in the hallway at the time?
The hallway, you say? Why would I be in the hallway?
You were waiting for Mr. Roll to come back from his patrol of the treasure room. Now that he'd discovered that the treasure had been stolen, you were going to kill him.
Lawyer man, just as always, so full of bull, spewing noxious lies and pulling the wool. Filthy lie through, and I ain't never gonna hear you.
Out of light, no interference, as always.
either lies with no evidence. As always, his claims are just tenuous. Hey, nice, prosecutor. I'm picking up what you're throwing down. Someone stop the jam session, please. You've made your assertions clear, defense, but your argument is rather unsubstantiated. That's not good. What's a funny piece, love and understanding? Nevertheless, the possibility is still there. You can't deny the witness could have killed the victim under the cover of darkness.
Objection!
You're forgetting one very important thing. Huh? It seems you've forgotten that the outage happened by chance, not design. Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right. I did forget about that. It's not like the witness planned the outage so he could take advantage of the darkness. And without darkness, it would have been hard to sneak up on Mr. Roll and kill him. You're right. Even I would notice someone coming up behind me. Well, defense, what do you have to say about that? What can I say about that? Mr. Wright, your claim is completely without merit. Unless you want to argue that the witness somehow magically made the outage happen. Well, maybe not magically, but... Wait, that's it! I contend the witness could have made the power outage happen, with no magic necessary. What? You have a theory, defense? All you had to do was make use of something shown on this diagram. So what exactly did the witness use to make the power outage happen? Well, obviously all he had to do was trip the breaker.
Take that!
The witness was in the storeroom. The circuit breaker is on the storeroom end of the hallway. There's nothing really magical about turning off the breaker, wouldn't you say? Good! Nice try, but that theory doesn't hold water, lawyer man. And why not? You're saying I turned off the breaker and then snuck up on Mr. Roll and hit him? In pitch black darkness with no source of light whatsoever. That what you're saying? Ha ha ha! With the lights off, that hallway is blacker than 100 midnights. You can't see the hand in front of your face. How could anybody possibly commit murder like that? Unless it was somebody standing right in front of the victim, like the accused. I hate it when he's right. But I can't just let his point stand. Well, maybe the victim was holding something that served as a guide. The guide through the darkness? Something? That's more than a little vague, wouldn't you agree? You ain't gonna move this room with a half-baked hunch like that, bro. You gotta hit him hard to really make him feel it, you hear me? Just like my first baby, woo! Well, I'm afraid I don't understand the witness's lyrics very well either. But in a trial, your arguments have to be clear and precise. Let's see some of that clarity and precision now, defense. Uh-oh. What do I do? Can you present to us something that could have served as a guide through the darkness? I believe I can. Yes, I can. Because there has to be something. There is something. Alright, then let's see what you have, defense. What could the victim have been holding that served as a guide through the darkness? Well, if you're gonna have to make me spell it out for you, might as well just take that!
Take that!
I believe the victim was holding the treasure box. Huh? Huh? Have you gone mad? Well, The box glows in the dark, so you could use it as a sort of beacon. Well, I guess you're right. But why on the earth find the world with a victim be holding the treasure box? Well, because your guess is as good as mine. What is this lawyer talking about? Nonsense and lies yet again. Just give him the death penalty already. Is there no way to win them over? Defense. Are we going to be needing those tongue shears after all? No, Your Majesty. Yeah, man. Do it. Do it. Then we can jam out to this lawyer's shrieks of pain. Ha ha ha! Better get those screams of agony out now, lawyer man. While you still have a tongue to scream with. I guess I better come up with a reason. Pressure anything. As to why the victim was holding the treasure box, it can easily be explained as thus. Brain, don't fail me now. What reason could the victim have possibly had for holding the treasure box? The victim was holding the treasure box because, being a security guard who didn't have any need to remove it, being a devout believer, he wouldn't have even laid his eyes on it, let alone his hands. Therefore, the correct answer is that he was, in fact, the true thief. It's an idea I just happened to stumble upon, but I think it just might be the answer. And it would turn this whole trial upside down. Hello, defense? Are you still with us? Let's hear this easy explanation you promised. Isn't it possible that it was because the victim himself was a thief? The victim? The thief? Ha 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 ha! What kind of bull are you spewing now? Your Majesty, this guy's off his rocker. If the victim was a thief, everyone we've learned so far would all make sense. Well, if the victim was a thief, everything we've learned, not everyone, everything we've learned would all make sense. It would give us a completely new way to interpret the victim's actions. After the morning dance of devotion, Mr. Roll went into the treasure room. He grabbed the box that contained the treasure and started to take off with it. But then he ran into Albie in the Great Stairs. That's why Mr. Roll pulled his gun on Albie. Then, when the blackout occurred, Mr. Roll was bludgeoned to death in the darkness. This explains why the victim would be holding the glowing treasure box in the dark, and how it would have been possible for someone other than the accused to kill him. Do you have any idea what you're saying? You're unbelievable, lawyer man. I think you've lost it. Ha ha! That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. Roll trying to rule a temple? That devout believer? That pious Khura'inist? I won't allow you to disparage the victim's departed soul with unfounded allegations. I hope you're prepared to back up your claim. Of course, Your Majesty. Oh, really? In that case, can we assume you have proof? Uh-oh. Proof, huh? Do I have any proof? I can't back down now. Yes, I have proof. My dreams. The proof that Mr. Roll was a thief may have been left behind on a certain piece of evidence. Very well. Let's see your evidence and be ready to stand behind it. Footprints, fingerprints. I'll take anything at this point. I need proof. Something that would have been involved with the theft. I might still have some trace of evidence on it.
Take that!
The defense would like to examine the treasure box. There might be trace evidence on it that would show that the victim had held it. Might? You better hope that you turn up something more than definitive than that, defense. Yes, sir, your majesty. Very well. Bailiff, bring the treasure box. There you are, defense. You're free to examine it. If I don't find something now, my entire argument up to this point will be blown. Plus, there's that little matter of the old tongue shears. I have to find something. I just have to. Now, let's remember how we do an examination. You can rotate the evidence with the right stick. You can zoom in and out with the 2 buttons. And if I ever get to turn around, I can always use a reset to return things to its initial state. I better search every inch of this box carefully and examine anything of interest in great detail. So with that, we are officially free to investigate this. Now we have various different things that we can look at. We can look at the lock, the butterfly relief, the inner space, the actual lid itself, and there's also supposed to be like it shows up after I examine the lid. There's also one other thing that comes up, but after I examine the lid. So don't examine the lid until after you've examined everything else that I mentioned. So first, we want to examine the lock. This is a lock. It was forced open. I don't really see anything else of note about it. There's a butterfly relief. There's a butterfly relief here. I have seen the same butterfly shape here all over Khura'in. Interesting. But I guess it doesn't really help me prove anything. And then inside, so this is where the Founder's Orb was, huh? I doubt there's any trace of the orb left here now. Although, I don't really know anything about the orb, so who knows? The lid of the box was forced open. But while the victim was holding the box, the lid must have been closed. I'll try closing the lid too. Uh-oh. Hey! What? You son of a... You locked it! So? What's the big deal? I thought you can open it with that key you're wearing. Yeah, I can, no sweat. And why is there a bucket load dripping off of you over there? I think I'd like to open this box back up again. Could you lend me your Magatama key? Sure. Okay, let's see. Where is the keyhole? Well, it's a Magatama key, so wouldn't it go in the hole above the Magatama mark? Huh? It won't open. Would you look at that? The thief must have busted the lock when they forced the box open. Really? Because I'm not so sure about that. If the lock was busted, it would have been busted in the open position, not in the closed position. In any event, the treasure box has been updated, and we cannot examine anything on the inside of it anymore.
any case, I better take another good look. I have to find proof that the victim was holding this box. Closing the lid reveals a bloody handprint. But you can also look at the lid another time. In doing so, we'll provide the following dialogue. This lid is really shut tight. I can't budge it, no matter how hard I try. This bloodstain, it shows the outline of a hand. Could it be what I've been looking for? Your Majesty, take a look at this. There's a bloodstain here that outlines the shape of a hand. Really? Let me see that. Oh my, you're right. Now I'm getting somewhere. I believe the bloodstain is an outline of the victim's hand as he was holding the box. What? Even as he was being struck, he held on tight to the precious treasure box. After all, he'd gone through a lot of trouble to steal it. The blood from his head wound splattered across his hand and onto the box.
Objection!
Your Majesty, don't let yourself be taken in. It's just more of his lawyerly deceit. What do you mean? Mr. Wright, where is your proof that the outline is that of the victim's hand? What? I should have seen that coming. Either show proof or prepare to meet the shears. Or you could save us all some time and bite your tongue out now and submit it instead. That I did not see coming. Well, defense, do you have proof that the outline is of the victim's hand? Where would proof of something like that even be? Please submit your evidence at this time. What evidence shows that the outline on the treasure box is that of the victim's hand? Well... Hey, Kilometress, can you activate zoom mode for me, please? Thank you. Zooming in on this photo, we clearly see that the back of this hand is bloodied. Therefore, I have reason to suspect that this is the victim's blood on both the treasure box and on the glove in the crime photo.
Take that!
I've got it! This is the evidence that's going to save my beloved tongue. Mr. Payne, despite your claims about my forked tongue, it just so happens I have the proof you require. You do? It's right here in the crime photo. It is? Where? Defense, please point it out. What proves the bloodstain outline on the box is that of the victim's hand? You ask. Just look at the back of the victim's hand himself.
Take that!
Mr. Payne, take another good look at the victim's hand. See this? That's blood. What? If we place Mr. Roll's hand inside the bloody outline, you think the blood on this hand would complete the splatter? Exactly. Here goes nothing. And if they do form one complete splatter, it would prove my theory correct. Then the victim really was holding on to the box. I'm willing to bet my life on it. The defense reasserts that the victim was a thief who stole a treasure box. You can't be serious! I protest! There's a way to whatever matchup. I assert that it's patently impossible for... Ow! Talk about tongue karma. Sounds like he just bit his. What's the matter, Mr. Pang? Did your forked tongue get tangled up in there? Or were you trying to submit your own tongue to the court? Why, you... Ugh. I can hardly believe it. Apparently not everything out of the defense's mouth is a bluff.
Of course not, Your Majesty. This tongue doesn't lie. And I'd like to continue to use my tongue in the future, too, if you wouldn't mind. Never has to know really what's a bluff. No, not Mr. Roll. I can't believe it. I'm sorry, Albie. I know it's upsetting news. He must have needed the money badly, probably to support his family. After all, he even gave up his dream of becoming a monk to help them. Oh, so that thing Mr. Roll would say to me. Albie, you train hard and make sure you become a monk one day. Don't end up like me, he'd say. Yeah. He was probably warning you not to end up a thief. Mr. Roll!
Objection!
Now wait just a moment. If the victim was a thief, he was holding the treasure box. And that means that Mr. Roll was holding the murder weapon when he was killed.
Oh, well, that's a very good point. It doesn't make much sense, does it?
Objection!
If the victim was holding the treasure box, it couldn't have been the murder weapon. Which means the real murder weapon must have been something else. The real murder weapon was something else? Blood was thought to have gotten on the box when the box was used as a weapon. But it turns out that wasn't the case. The blood splattered onto the treasure box the victim was holding. When he was struck with a real weapon, that's what really happened. Isn't that right, Mr. Understanding?
Are you insinuating that I'm the one who used this real weapon?
I'm not saying I'm wrong in my understanding. Are you saying I'm wrong in my understanding?
You got me riled up, Lawyer Man. I feel a song coming on.
Looking for a weapon that just don't exist. Pathetic lawyer man dropped to the abyss. Despicable man. You can disappear just like a magic trick. Worthless lawyer man done him by a weapon. For you miserable gun.
Yeah!
I know I don't need to remind you, Defense, that your life is on the line. I know, Your Majesty.
Yet you prepared to risk it on this mere idea of a real murder weapon. Dare to the liar.
This is it. The moment of truth. I can't back down, not now. Yes, Your Majesty, I am. I'm confident the real murder weapon does indeed exist.
That's a bold claim, Mr. Wright. Now let's see you back it up. Show us which piece of evidence points to this real murder weapon.
Gladly.
If I knew which one it was.
Somebody like Understanding used to bludgeon someone.
And now then, Defense, please submit your evidence to the court. Yeah, let's see it, Lawyer Man. Let's see this thing that shows a real murder weapon you say I used.
Oh, please. Anyone who is anyone will know that if we were to zoom in, not on that part, I want to look over on the far left. Thank you very much. I do not want to zoom in on Rafa. Thank you very much. But over here, you'll notice that Mr. Understanding's Domelin is different. Sorry about that. had a bit of an issue that I had to go sort out. But yeah, basically, zooming in here, you'll notice that Domelin looks suspiciously different than the one that's currently being used.
Take that!
What I'm about to present is really nothing more than a possibility. But this thin thread is all I've got. Allow me to direct the court's attention to this photo of the morning dance of devotion. That photo? How is that going to help you, Mr. Wright? Well, there's something about it that doesn't sit right with me. Oh, yeah? And what's this something, Well, this thing here is odd, to say the least. Oops, wrong stick.
Take that!
Mr. Understanding, why is the instrument you're holding different from the one that you were playing in the photo? Would you look at that? They're completely different shapes. I believe you said your Domelin was your one and only. Well, Mr. Understanding, what do you have to say to that? I got nothing to say. Then allow me to answer for you. They're different because the one in the photo is no longer in playable condition. Not after you used it to bludgeon Mr. Roll to death. My old partner wasn't doing so hot, so I brought her sister along, that's all. Not a big deal, lawyer man. In that case, then submit your old Domelin to this court as evidence. Too bad. You're too late. I got rid of her yesterday. You what? Burn her up with the rest of the trash. Ashes to ashes, baby. Ha ha! No! He's already destroyed the evidence? And I see more trash right here in this court that needs to burn in the fires of hell. Lawyer trash. Ha 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 ha! Gah. There's no proof to show. Oh, come on. That was pathetic. Your agony can sound better than that. Where's that giant, great scream of yours? This can't be how it ends. I think I've heard enough. It seems the defense is unable to produce the evidence it needs to prove its assertion. But your Majesty, that's only because a witness destroyed it. Evidence is everything in court. Don't tell me you've forgotten this most fundamental principle of our profession. Without sufficient proof, your claim that Mr. Understanding is a murderer is no more than conjecture. There's a pained expression I've been looking for. By the way, there seems to be one more thing you're forgetting. And what is it now? You accused Mr. Understanding of being the thief. But the real thief turned out to be the victim. Uh-oh. And with that, Mr. Understanding's purported motive for the murder goes out the window. Great point, prosecutor. You tell him. If I had been there, I would have just called it a roll and gotten the treasure back. There wasn't any reason for me to kill him now, was there? There's no good counter-argument to that. It sounds to me like Mr. Understanding has been completely wrongfully accused. Unfortunate as it may be, I think it's time to hand down the verdict in this case. Not good, not good. Defense, I trust you understand what you yourself will receive for taking on this case. Ah! What do I do? The weapon's been destroyed and now I've got no motive. Robbie will be convicted. And I'll lose my life, too. Mr. Wright, you wasted this court's time and disparaged everything we hold sacred.
We should charge you with less, Majesty, in addition to the crime of abetting the accused. Yeah. You should pay for desecrating my good name. Bye-bye, lawyer man. Time for you to do some repenting. In the Twilight Realm. This guy is guilty of sin. I just know it. He must have had some reason to kill Mr. Roll. But what? Come on, people! Let me hear you scream and shout. Time to take this lawyer trash out. Exterminate, annihilate, exterminate, annihilate. The thing to do at a time like this is to turn my thinking around. I shouldn't be trying to figure out what understanding his motive was. I should be thinking about what kind of situation will give him a motive. Did you steal it? He said. I know that Mr. Roll was a thief, and that he had gotten his hand on the box. So then, why? Why in the world did he ask Albie that question? What about the treasure box would have prompted him to... Ah! Defense! What's gotten into you? Now I get it. Now it all makes sense! Like, Pokuka, man. What you trying to say? Muttering and squealing to yourself. Sounds like you knocked something loose upstairs. Your Majesty! Please hold off on your ruling for just a while longer. And don't tell me you're going to start begging for your life now. No, Your Majesty, that's not it. It's just that I realized something more important. We've been operating under a serious misconception this whole time. A misconception, you say? That's right. A mistaken notion about the treasure box. But could this really be true? If so, there's still a lot to figure out. Very well, let's hear what you have to say. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, this is more of his nonsense. He's just stalling for time. This is your last chance, Defense. The second I find it really is nothing but nonsense, no amount of begging will stay in my hand. Understood? Yes, Your Majesty. We all know this is just going to be another one of your stupid bluffs. Now then, Defense, what is this misconception you mentioned? The thing we didn't realize about the treasure box was that it was already empty. What if the treasure box was already empty from the start? What? What? Please recall that when Mr. Roll ran into Albie on the Great Stairs, he asked the boy a question. Did you steal it? He said. Also recall that Mr. Roll was holding the treasure box at the time. So why then did he ask Albie the question that he did? That is a bit peculiar, isn't it? Not at all, Your Majesty. Once you realize that by the time Mr. Roll got to the treasure room, the treasure box was already empty. I beg your pardon? Mr. Roll suspected that Albie had gotten to it first, which is why he confronted Albie when he ran into the boy on the stairs.
Objection!
But how would the victim have known the treasure box was empty? He didn't have any way of opening it.
Objection!
Once a year, the victim had the duty of carrying the treasure box to the palace. He was so proud when he was put in charge of guarding the treasure box. He even got to carry the box to the palace for New Year's raid. He would have been able to tell by the weight when he lifted the box that the box was empty. Ah, I see. Yes, I suppose he would have been able to tell, wouldn't he? Mr. Roll most likely decided to at least steal the empty box. It's an important historical artifact in of itself, after all. What's your point, Mr. Right? What does any of this have to do with Mr. Understanding?
My point is this. It gave Mr. Understanding a motive to murder the victim.
Good. A motive?
Mr. Understanding, keeping the treasure safe is one of your duties, is it not? So if anyone had found that the treasure was missing, you would have been accused of incompetence. From the moment Mr. Roll discovered that the treasure was gone, his fate was sealed, because you decided that he had to be silenced forever.
But that's absurd!
Can you believe the stuff that comes out of this guy's mouth? This is all just a colossal joke. So then, what really happened to the treasure? It had been stolen long before this incident occurred. By Mr. Peace-Loving Understanding himself.
Mr. Right, will you stop at nothing to accuse Mr. Understanding? Your Majesty, please don't listen to these trumped-up charges. The defense is grasping.
Objection!
The treasure box can only be opened with the key Mr. Understanding holds. Who else could have stolen the treasure?
Objection!
As I said, the accused stole the treasure by forcing the box open. Your Majesty, I call for a swift ruling.
I'm not ready to give my verdict yet.
What?
The defense has successfully presented a new possibility in this case.
Yes! Finally, a tiny shred of hope!
Mr. Understanding, would you care to make any statements in response to the defense's claims? This is all bull! My noggin's a rage cage and it's ready to explode, baby! Instructor Understanding, please calm yourself. I'm not gonna take it. No, I ain't gonna take it. I dutifully watched over that treasure with pride. And now I'm getting accused of stealing it? This lawyer is a lying scumbag! You better believe I got something to say. Open up your ear holes, sheeple. Let's rock! Death to the lying lawyer! And finally, after a little bit of dialogue, we get to the final testimony from Mr. Understanding. Lying lawyer. Still for me. Force the box open, the key that he needs. All right, we've now heard from both sides. Either the treasure box was forced open by the accused, as a witness claims, or Mr. Understanding opened it, as the defense claims. Defense, this is your last chance to cross-examine the witness. Yes, Your Majesty. If you are unable to prove your assertions by the end of this cross-examination,
then the DC Act will come to play, and both of you and the accused will lose your lives.
I understand. Life or death, it all comes down to this. Mr. Wright? Don't worry, Albie. I'm here to defend you. I promise it'll be all right.
Thank you. I believe in you, Mr. Wright. I know you can win this for us. And after we win, we can go see Miss Maya together.
It's a deal. I can't let all be down. I have to win this trial. Somehow, I have to prove that only understanding could have stolen the treasure.
Do your worst, lawyer trash. This is your requiem. The last song you'll ever hear on this mortal coil.
Doubtful, but let's get right into it. Final cross-examination for this case. And it's going to be a doozy. First of all, steal the Founder's Orb. Me, I did it. This lying lawyer's insults know no limit. The real method to open the lock, you say. Delusional man, there ain't no other way. Hands unclean, the accused did the deed. Forced the box open, no key did he need.
Hold it!
The defendant didn't force the box open, and that's a lie. In fact, you're the one who opened it, isn't that right?
Come on. You just saw for yourself, didn't ya? The lock was busted on account of the box being forced open.
Oh, yeah.
Well, there's your proof right there. Ugh.
Score 1 for the metalhead.
Look, if the accused really didn't try to force his way into the box, then how do you explain why the lock was busted and wouldn't open up for you earlier?
How do I explain why the box wouldn't unlock earlier? Maybe there's a different way to open it. There's a different way to open the box.
Huh? What are you talking about?
There's a secret trick to opening it to protect its contents from being stolen. And you're the only one who knows how it works, isn't that right?
Are you for real? You've been watching too many movies, lawyer man.
Ah, so you're one of those tourists. Honestly, Mr. Rat, did you come expecting magic and mystery around every corner?
I'll have you know, defense, the Kingdom of Khura'in is not some sort of fantasy funland.
Ugh. It's true I don't have any real grounds to make that assertion. Yet.
Oh yeah, I feel another song coming on. A little number about a crazy lawyer with a wild, fantastic ideas. The real method to open the lock, you would say? Delusional man, there ain't no other way. Ah, new verse. Please do add that to your testimony, Mr. Understanding.
This adds the first of many new statements that you could possibly add. The real method to open the lock, you say. Delusional man, there ain't no other way.
Hold it!
Delusional, am I? We'll see about that.
Wild idea, that's collusion. Next step, lawyer drowning in confusion.
Indeed. The defense's sinful wrongdoings has made him lose touch with reality.
Let's hear it. What'll it be for the sinner's flight of fancy?
Nothing, because I'm not the delusional one. I just know there's got to be some secret trick to opening the treasure box.
Oh, really? And where exactly is the secret hidden?
The secret is obviously hidden in... key. There's obviously some hidden secret in the key. I'd like to examine it, if you please.
You don't know when to quit, do you? Here, go ahead. Examine it all you like.
Nothing. I don't see a thing.
Well, defense? What have you discovered?
I'm afraid I haven't discovered anything, Your Majesty. Here, I'll return it now.
I told you, didn't I tell you?
Yes, you told me. There's just no reasoning with this man. The accused forced the lock open. There's no other explanation.
That's right. He desecrated the box by opening it without his without using this Matama key. Wait, what did he just say? I'll sing it as many times as I have to get it through your thick lowery skull. Only the Matama key unlocks the treasure. Force it and reap the founder's displeasure. Yeah. For the forgetful defense's sake, could you please add that to your testimony? If I have to. Carve it into your brain, lawyer man. Only the Matama key unlocks the treasure. Force it and reap the founder's displeasure. That is exactly what we needed. So yeah, we're doing kind of a chain of pressings, but we finally find a small hole. And that hole is the key to our success.
Objection!
Just a minute, Mr. Understanding. You just called your key the Matama key, didn't you? But didn't you originally say it's called the Magatama key? Gah! The Matama key? What's that? I don't know, Your Majesty. But apparently, it's a rather crucial question. What? What's the big deal? This is though I said the wrong thing, so what? A simple slip of the tongue. An A for effort, Mr. Wright. But your grandstanding betrays your desperation. I'm afraid a small slip of the tongue like that adds absolutely nothing to your argument. What do you say, defense? Is it an important detail? Judging by understanding's reaction, I'd say it's everything my argument needs. Yes, Your Majesty, it's very important. This key is apparently not the Magatama key, but rather the Matama key. And I believe this discrepancy holds great significance for the defense. Nah, man, just a meaningless mistake. It's significant. You're riding the crazy train to nowhere, lawyer man. Your Majesty, please don't pay the defense any heed. It's all nonsense. To tell the truth, I'm not really clear on what the defense is driving at myself. However, I am eager to find out. What? Defense, you will explain yourself, like your life literally depends on it. Because it does. Now then, is the name of the key an important detail? Yes, it's an absolutely important detail, I think. Because the Matama key is connected to the Founder's Orb. I see. Very well, in that case, please show the court the grounds on which you are basing this claim. The grounds, Your Majesty? You can, of course, show grounds, can you not, defense? Of course! What else can I say? I have to come up with something. Anything, even if it's just a bluff. Matama key. Matama. There has to be something somewhere that ties Matama and the orb together. Don't keep me waiting, defense. What evidence shows a connection between the Matama key and the Founder's Orb? Anyone want to take a guess? It's literally been right next to us the whole time.
Take that!
What's that? The Song of Ceremony? All this time, the answer was right there in front of me. It's right there in the Song of Ceremony performed during the Dance of Devotion. Your Majesty, the Song of Ceremony tells of the treasure of the founder of Khura'ism, but hidden within its lyrics is a secret behind how to really open the treasure box. Oh, Holy Mother! Gah.
But how can this be defense? The Song of Ceremony contains the following lyrics. When the butterfly embraces the matama, the favor of the orb is bestowed. I believe the matama here refers to the matama key. Well, yes, it does. It is the same word, but that doesn't mean... We've been calling this key the Magatama key, and that's why I inserted that key into the lock with the Magatama design on it. But that was obviously not the right way to use it. And I suppose you know the right way. I do, Your Majesty. To use a key properly, you have to first... And at this point... This slip of the tongue may be crucial, but you must prove how. First, you can wholeheartedly choose to flip it horizontally for some funny dialogue, but for the interest of time, we're just going with the correct dialogues from this point forward. If we turn the Magatama shape upside down like this, it becomes a Khura'in symbol of the soul. In other words, a matama. Oh my! Yes, you're absolutely right. But now what? Well, what do you do with it? It's too big to fit into the lock that way. Oh,
I knew he was just bluffing. Bluffs and lies are the only tools of his trade after all.
There must be some other place this key fits, but where? Let's see. What were the words to the Song of Ceremony again? When the butterfly embraces the matama, the favor of the orb is bestowed. So where should the matama key actually be used?
Got it!
My goodness! The treasure box! It really opened! No way, man!
What? No!
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a real secret behind the Song of Ceremony. It's the true key to opening the treasure box. It's all over, Mr. Payne.
How so?
Let's say someone was fooled into trying to force the front-facing lock open. And sadly for them, it won't budge. That's because the lock is, after all, just a decoy. Then, what you're saying is... neither the victim nor the defendant would have been able to open the box. They, therefore, had no way of stealing the treasure. The only one who could have stolen it is the one man who knew about the matama key. Peace, love, and understanding. But I'm not done yet. Please recall the scene of the crime. On the floor by Mr. Roll's body was a very unlocked and very open treasure box. Only someone who knew how to open the box could have left it in that state. And so, there can only be one true culprit. Admit it, Mr. Understanding. You're the one who killed Mr. Roll.
I guess he finally got the understanding of the situation. And that's it for the case. Curse him. It's all his fault. Why did he have to try and steal the treasure? Why'd I have to spot him with that box? On my way to the storeroom after the morning dance. It's his fault I had to cause that blackout and clock him good. I couldn't let my secret get out. Nobody could know that the treasure box was empty. I lose my position as head monk. Who knows what else they'd do to me. I couldn't let... I had to stop him. What a shocking development. I can scarcely believe it. Nothing like this has ever happened since the DC Act was enacted 23 years ago. No. My perfect, unblemished record. Destroyed. The incredible pain. Ruined. No! Ah! Did that lawyer really win? I can't believe it. No way. This can't be happening. Peace. I said peace. Honestly speaking, I'm just as shocked as everyone else. But the truth has been made known, so it's time for me to give my verdict. In the name of the Holy Mother, this court finds the accused, I'll be your guide, not guilty. And unlike confetti in the States, the Pool of Souls releases Khura'inese butterflies. It's almost symbolic, as if the soul is being sent to the Twilight Realm from the great beyond. Now then. April 24th, 1:36 p.m. High Court of Khura'in. Accused lobby. Now, if you followed along with the rest of this trilogy, at this point, this is where I would say what really happened. However, because of the context of this scene, I'm going to play this out first. There's still quite a commotion. The people in this gallery show no signs of clearing out. I can't believe it! I'm not guilty! I'm still in shock. Can you believe that guy? I can feel everybody's eyes on me. This can't be happening! It's impossible! Oh, Holy Mother, preserve us! I've never been in a defendant lobby quite this uncomfortable. Mr. Wright! Oh, Albie! Thank you. Thank you so much for what you did for me. I'm just glad it turned out okay. It was touch and go there for a while. I'm really sorry, Mr. Wright. I had a really hard time trusting you at first. That's okay, Albie. I know how unpopular lawyers are in this country. But how did it ever get this way in the first place? Allow me to explain! At least, I wish I could explain. But I don't really know why. I never even questioned it before today. By the time I was born, all the lawyers were already gone. As far back as I can remember, verdicts have been based on her benevolence's insights. Right, Rafa, the royal priestess. You would imply that the trials of this country are unfair? To explain, outsider. How verdicts founded on truths imparted by the very souls of the dead lack impartiality. For her part, I'm sure she really believes in what she says, but even with her benevolence's divination seances, lawyers are still necessary. Without proper defense, people could easily wind up receiving wrongful convictions. Mr. Wright! Shh! Huh? Don't say that so loud! People might think you're a rebel! You could be arrested! A rebel? That's right. One of those people going against our queen in the court system. And they call themselves the Defiant Dragons. And they're led by a scary guy named Dirk. They'll do anything to overthrow Her Eminence, even commit crimes. Dirk. I remember people in the gallery mentioning that name. The things you're saying sound a lot like the stuff they say. But you're not scary like that Dirk guy. Pardon the intrusion. You. Yeah, you. I want to talk to you, see? Flight, was it? Flight, is it? Right, sir. Phoenix Wright. And you are? I'm the Khura'in's Minister of Justice. The name's Khura'in. I oversee the whole little shebag. I was watching that three-ring circus in there. You were? Wow. The Minister of Justice. So he's in charge of the entire court system, Defense Culpability Act and all. Mr. Inga, how are you, sir? Run along, Mini-Monk. Grown-ups are talking here. Yes, sir. Very sorry, sir. May I help you with something? Just wanted a good look at you. Guys like you aren't exactly a dime a dozen around here. Huh. Well then. He's eyeing me like I'm some kind of exotic creature in a cage. Oh yeah, I might as well share this little morsel with you. Turns out Roll was a seasoned thief. A repeat offender, see. I had my men look into it, and they found all the booty he pilfered right there in his digs. But he seemed like such a nice man. Why, Mr. Roll, why? I guess he was doing it for the family. What a mook. A mook? How can you say that? Guess that kind of sob story gets you common folk all misty-eyed, huh? Anyway, another thing. I had my men check out that understanding fella, too. He wasn't the only one. He wasn't the one with the sticky fingers. It's the insurgents. What? They put the squeeze on our head monk, apparently. So he gave up the Founder's Orb and tried to keep it hush-hush. Wow. I see. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah. Say, White. That was a cute little number you pulled in my courtroom today, wasn't it? First not guilty ruling in 23 years. You're making waves, see? Stirring the pot. Catch my drift? Oh, well, Yikes. I'm in for it now. But thanks to that song and dance, we know our precious national treasure got nicked. So I'm gonna call it a wash and let it slide this time. But all I did was defend the accused. You do best to read between the lines here, chump. You're standing on thin ice, you get my drift? Even a dirty, no-goodnik punk knows to cash in his chips before the house steps in. Do us both a favor and keep an eye on the path you're walking down. You never know whose toes you might be stepping on. This ain't your turf, buddy. Never forget whose soil it is you're standing on. Yikes! He was kind of scary, wasn't he? Yeah, well, no use worrying about it. We have more important things to think about. So, such as, when can we continue the sightseeing tour? Tour? Oh, anytime, sir! We still have plenty of time until Miss Maya's training ends. And there are still lots more temples to see, and all kinds of local foods to eat. I can show you around the natural beauty of the area and the waterfalls used for training, and I haven't shown you the breathtaking mountain view of the positive ocean yet. There's this place with a dangling over a really steep cliff that offers you a still great view of the Twilight Realm. What kind of better meals doubles as a foot massage? All right. Slow down, LB. There's plenty of time. And when we're done with all that, we can go see Miss Maya together. Yeah, you bet. I wonder how she's doing. I hope she's okay. Well, let's get to this, shall we?
So, how about that not guilty, Dirk?
I heard. Sounds like the winds of change are beginning to stir.
And that we will figure out at a later chapter. That is the end of the foreign turnabout. And I'm going to officially save my progress here because that is the final part of session 1. And I want to talk a little bit about what really happened. First, I need to bring you guys on over here. Not that scene. There we go. I need to change that keybind. A foreigner, peace, love, and understanding, moved to the Khura'in upon learning of the nation's priceless treasure, the Founder's Orb. He portrayed himself as a devout convert to Khura'inism, and within 6 months had ascended to the position of head monk of Temple. His faith, however, was a lie, intended only to gain access to the Founder's Orb, as the temple's head monk received possession of the only key that could unlock the box containing the sacred orb, and was charged with guarding the treasure. At some point shortly prior to the incident, Understanding deciphered the riddle of the Song of Ceremony, which provided him with the information needed to unlock the treasure box and access the treasure within. Then, on the day of the incident, he opened the box and stole the Founder's Orb, leaving the box empty. Padarol, a security guard at Temple, had also intended to steal the sacred treasure, in order to pay his impoverished family's living expenses. He had committed a number of thefts at the temple beforehand, and had amassed a large collection of treasures. At some point during his career, he established a rapport with a young monk in training, albeit guide, who frequented the temple during his work as a tour guide. Roll would encourage the young boy to never give up on his dream of becoming a monk, and warned him, "Don't end up like me." In other words, he was warning Albie not to resort to thievery. On the day of the murder, Roll entered the treasure room during his patrol, took the treasure box. Since Roll had handled the box before, he realized immediately that it was empty. But he decided to take the box anyway, since it was a valuable artifact on its own. Albie had frequently snuck into the treasure room in the past to view the treasure box, a fact Roll was aware of, as when he met Albie at the temple's main staircase. While making his escape, he drew his gun on Albie, asking him if he had stolen it, the Founder's Orb. Meanwhile, having finished playing at the morning dance of devotion, Understanding was storing his Domelin in the temple's storeroom when he witnessed the altercation between Albie and Roll. He realized that Roll knew the orb had been stolen, and knew that if word got out that the orb was missing, he, as head monk and in charge of guarding the orb, would be accused of incompetence and lose his position, if not worse. Understanding used the nearby breaker switch to cut off the temple's electricity. With the temple in darkness, Albie took his chance to flee the scene. Understanding, guided through the darkness by the treasure box's glow, snuck up behind Roll and struck him with his Domelin, killing him. He then moved Roll's body into the treasure room and set up the scene to frame Albie for both murdering Roll and stealing the Founder's Orb. Beside the body, he placed a scroll dropped by Albie while fleeing from the temple, and the treasure box, which he opened in order to make it appear as if Albie had broken the lock. The scroll and seance vision cast suspicion on Albie, but the open, empty treasure box would prove to be Understanding's downfall. Obviously, the crowd was in an uproar, and Albie, thanks to you for saving him. We had the brief conversation with Inga Khura'in. He is the Chief Minister of Justice, and this, by far, will not be the last that we see of him. He informed us, just as a recap, that Roll was a repeat offender. A raid on his quarters turned up several stolen treasures. Inga also claimed that the rebels were the ones looking to steal the Founder's Orb. To achieve this, they pressurized Understanding into stealing it and turning it over to them. Before leaving, he warns you that you're on thin ice and not to butt in where you're not welcome. The
still some time before you can get to see Maya, so Albie decides to continue a tour of Khura'in for now. With that, now we can end to the stream. On behalf of myself and everyone here, I do want to thank you very much for watching. This is going to be it. Our schedule for the next couple of weeks, just as a reminder. I will be live tomorrow for about 3 hours, 3 to 6 p.m. for a mystery Minecraft stream. We'll be back to this game on Thursday to play through the magical turnabout, and on Saturday to start the rite of turnabout. And then the 24th, we will be on with the board of directors at 6 p.m. for 3 hours. Other than that, I do want to thank you very much for watching. This is going to be it for the stream. And I need to go and find someone to raid, shall we? Who do we have tonight on our chats? We got not a whole lot of people, but you know what? I think let us go on over here and try to find not a whole lot of options, I'm afraid. You know what? I think let's give this. Let's check and see if I can raid you. Yes. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be rating a really awesome creator by the name of Nintendo Capri Sun, who's playing at some Stardew Valley. As far as the message that I want you to leave in the chat, I just want to leave with a live So take that, a DMA Live raid. Alrighty. Other than that, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all in the next adventure. Bye, everyone.